Excellencies, Special Rapporteur, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby open the second meeting of the Americas Regional Forum on Minority Issues. It is my honor to welcome you all to what we hope will be a very productive and interesting 2 days. I would like to remind all participants that simultaneous interpretation is available in English, French, Portuguese, Spanish, and sign language. The interpretation function is available on the Zoom platform. All statements and interventions can be made in any of these languages. This is the second Americas Regional Forum on Minority Issues, convened since the establishment of the annual Forum on Minority Issues by the Human Rights Council in Geneva. I would like to thank, in particular, the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Warenne, for organizing the Regional Forum. It is my pleasure to first give the floor to Ms. Victoria Donda, Director of the National Institute Against Discrimination, Xenophobia and Racism of Argentina. The floor is yours, Ms. Donda.
Ana Maria, we've just been notified that unfortunately Ms. Donda is still connecting, so we can come back to Ms. Donda as soon as she has arrived. Thank you, Ana Maria. We can move on to the next speaker.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Sean. Then we will start with Commissioner Margaret May Macaulay, Rapporteur on the Rights of Persons of African Descent and Against Racial Discrimination, and second Vice President of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Commissioner Macaulay, you have the floor.
Dear Ana Maria, unfortunately, Commissioner appears to be having a connection issue. It seems to be one of those days, perhaps. So I think if you go through the next speaker, we will come back to the first two speakers.
No problem,
Thank you.
Sean. These things happen, and we then just turn to Ms. Magdalena Talamas, Director of the Department for the Promotion of Peace at the Organization of American States, and I hope you can connect.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much. Buenos dias. It is an honor for me to be here today at the Americas Regional Forum on Minority Issues, representing the Organization of American States on the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers of this event, especially Mr. de Warenne, for his initiative, and as well as the government of Argentina for hosting this event. So for over 200 years, the purpose of the OAS and its predecessor agencies has remained the same: the attainment and maintenance of peace and prosperity in the region. And with a few isolated exceptions, the Western Hemisphere has not experienced the massive death and destruction of international wars, nor the shifting of international boundaries like we witnessed in the rest of the world during the first half of the 20th century. But while the Americas has been considered a zone of peace, in terms of absence of overt intercontinental conflict, it cannot claim that it is a peaceful region when it is the most unequal and violent in the world. As we know, minority groups worldwide are the most affected by poverty and violence, and minority groups in the Americas are no exception. Structural discrimination against indigenous peoples and peoples of African descent is a direct consequence of the continuous exclusion to which they have been subjected since colonial times. Their inability to access quality education and employment, adequate housing, and decent health services is the result of a persistent pattern of racism, discrimination, and xenophobia. Allow me to share the current regional scenario based on regional international studies. There are over 50 million indigenous peoples in the Americas, representing 800 indigenous groups. Almost 50% live in poverty and 7% in extreme poverty. 500 indigenous languages are spoken throughout the region, but half of them are endangered. Informal labor employs almost 83% indigenous peoples, of which only 32% have no education and 39% have only basic education. The same is true for access to health services and quality healthcare. Afro-descendants in the hemisphere face a similar, if not worse, fate. The approximately 200 million people that identify as Afro-descendant in the Americas account for 47% of the poor and 49% of persons living in extreme poverty. Blacks in the Americas are also twice as likely to live in slums and are more affected by violence. Furthermore, religious beliefs, spiritualities, and worldviews of indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants in the region are increasingly threatened. Sacred spaces and temples are being vandalized, and religious leaders are being targeted for their efforts to preserve the knowledge and traditions of their ancestors. In some communities, their core identity is under attack. Women and girls, and particularly indigenous and Afro-descendant females, are even more disproportionately vulnerable to discrimination and violence. Rigid gender roles limit their participation in the labor market and thus their economic autonomy, which is the root cause of gender inequality in the region. Almost 1/3 of the women depend on others for their livelihoods. A recent ECLEC report concluded that 25% of women between 25 and 59 in the region have no income of their own at all, compared to 8% for men. White men are 62% more likely to be called for a job interview and will earn 2.5 times more than, for example, an Afro-descendant woman with the same low level of education. Minority women and girls live in multidimensional poverty are also at higher risk of intimate partner violence. In fact, during the COVID-19 pandemic, cases of intimate partner violence against women and girls in many OAS member states increased between 20 and 100%. And the regional rate of female homicides is double the world rate. To make matters worse, stagnant economic growth, record-setting natural disasters, food insecurity, spiraling unemployment, violence and organized crime, and sociopolitical challenges have resulted in unprecedented levels of internal displacement and migration waves. The nearly 7 million refugees and migrants from Venezuela alone have created the second largest external displacement crisis in the world. Likewise, this year, the number of Central American migrants that arrived at the US-Mexico border rose to an all-time high when it surpassed 2 million asylum seekers. And we are also witnessing record-setting marks with respect to the number of migrant children who are traveling with their parents or undertaking their journey on their own, risking exploitation, kidnapping, and their own lives. According to UNICEF, last year, of the 30,000 children that survived the famously treacherous migrant route in the Darien jungle between Colombia and Panama, 3 out of 4 were under the age of 5. The data and the numbers that I have shared powerfully illustrate the extent of the discrimination, the breadth of the injustice, and the level of suffering that minority groups continue to face in our region today. This is why the theme of last week's OAS General Assembly, which took place in Lima, Peru, was Together Against Inequality and Discrimination. The OAS counts on a series of important tools to combat discrimination and protect and promote the human and fundamental rights of minorities, including the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, and Related Forms of Intolerance, and the Inter-American Convention Against All Forms of Discrimination and Intolerance. In the same manner, the Inter-American Democratic Charter, which is the main hemispheric reference for the promotion and defense of democracy, also reaffirms a regional commitment to safeguarding the social, economic, and cultural rights of each and every citizen of the hemisphere as essential elements of the model democratic system. The Charter also recognizes that discrimination and intolerance are at odds with an inclusive democratic society and urges the supportive initiatives designed to promote democratic values that are consistent with principles of justice, of equity, and of fairness. Consequently, we at the Department for the Promotion of Peace at the OAS are directing our efforts at proactively promoting an ethical and civic education with social responsibility and with ease of adaptation. In other words, we are working to promote the learning of values and practices related to an inclusive political democratic culture among all sectors of society, but especially among our youth, because it's they that constitute the basis for the construction of more peaceful and more just societies. The post-pandemic scenario provides us with an ideal opportunity to refocus our priorities and to redirect our resources towards the promotion of constructive dialogues and exchanges aimed at a peaceful coexistence and at building more equal and fair societies. And this requires long-term investments, yes, but also investments in the development of human relations, especially among our youth, because the future prosperity of our region will be determined by the levels of inclusive peace and justice that we are able to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamas, for your excellent statement, providing the somber context for this regional forum. And since I understand that Ms. Donda and Commissioner Macaulay have not connected yet, I will give the floor now to Ms. Karin Santi, Regional Team Leader, HIV, Health and Development, UNDP's Regional Bureau on Latin America and the Caribbean. Ms. Santi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ana Maria. And let me start by thanking the Special Rapporteur for inviting UNDP to this important regional forum. Despite decades of progress, Latin America and the Caribbean remains the second most unequal region in the world, and countries in the region exhibit higher income inequality than those in other regions at similar development levels. Inequality, like poverty, is multidimensional and goes beyond income. Some groups suffer greater inequality than others. Ethnic and racial minorities lack recognition as active economic and political agents. Considering the sustained violation of the rights of Black and Indigenous peoples, the engagement of approximately 1/4 of the region's total population with development paths that leave no one behind has notably been obstructed. These populations are overrepresented and among the region's poorest, experience higher economic vulnerability and exposure to crises, display lower educational access and attainment levels, and usually inhabit the most impoverished and institutional underdeveloped areas. These disadvantages are especially profound among Indigenous and Black women. They are generally not as well covered by social protection systems and tend to receive lower pension benefits or no benefits at all. In Latin America, UNDP has previously determined that being Black or Indigenous is associated with a diminished likelihood of escaping income poverty. Data is key to monitoring progress in social inclusion of excluded minorities. While countries have worked to build sustainable information systems that provide this type of data, it is rarely granular and there's still a long way to go. Indigenous and Black populations in the region have long been subjected to statistical invisibility. While policy designs progressively overcome ethnic blindness, it's at best short-sighted about these groups' demographics, well-being, and specific needs. The region's Indigenous populations have, however, the region's Indigenous populations has, however, experienced significant gains in access to education, but they are still less likely to complete elementary and secondary schooling, and gender gaps in education continue to be greater among them than among the non-Indigenous population. They have less access to stable and highly qualified jobs and are more likely to be working informally with precarious social security. Indigenous persons also earn 27% less on average than their non-Indigenous counterparts with the same qualifications. Indigenous peoples have, however, built sustainable food systems and social safety nets that can help us reimagine pathways for all of society. For example, in Ecuador, during the first COVID-19 lockdown, the lockdown coincided with torrential rain and flooding, but thanks to the quick actions of Quechua leaders, food and hygiene products reach even the most remote families. The group is now working with the UNDP Small Grants Program to revitalize ancestral knowledge of traditional medicines. Latin America is home to an estimated 140 million Black people, representing 21% of the population, who also experience significant adversities. Black people suffer the most severe deprivations in public service provision and basic living conditions, and are also more vulnerable to infant and maternal mortality, teenage pregnancy, sexually transmitted diseases, and other health afflictions that hint at devastating hardships within the communities during the COVID-19 pandemic. Like for the indigenous people, progress in educational access and educational attainment among the region's Black people has not led to better conditions in the labor market. Black people continue to receive lower remuneration and face comparatively higher unemployment and job precariousness and insecurity. For instance, the share of Black women employed as domestic workers is 2 times that of non-Black women. The unequal treatment, discrimination, violence, and stigmatization to which Black and Indigenous peoples continue to be subjected call for policies to level the playing field among diverse citizens instead of policies that aim only at mitigating material differences. Leaving no one behind means paying special attention to minorities who have traditionally been subjected to discrimination. Leaving no one behind also requires that we ensure that the mechanisms for meaningful participation are in place, broadly disseminated, and that everyone is able to join. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you this morning. I wish you all the best for the discussions for this regional forum.
Thank you very much, Ms. Karin Santi, for the staggering data you have provided. Again, to set in context the discussions we will have today. And now I will give the floor to Ms. Victoria Donda, Director of the National Institute Against Discrimination, Xenophobia and Racism of Argentina. Victoria, the floor is yours.
Buenos días. Bueno, en principio, muchas gracias por permitirnos participar. Bienvenidos a todos y a todas al foro. El foro a ver ahora. Hola. ¿Me escucha ahora? ¿Me escucha mejor?
Sí.
We cannot hear you, Victoria, that well. If it's possible to speak up a little bit.
No. A ver, ahí se escucha ahora. ¿Se escucha mejor?
We cannot hear you.
Hola, ¿se puede escuchar ahora? Bueno, entonces veamos con otra Dejemos unos minutos. A ver, ¿ahora se escucha mejor?
Ana Maria, I believe that Victoria is asking if you can hear her.
Yes, we don't have English translation. I apologize. Yes, I can hear you, Victoria. Thank you.
Excuse me, Ms. Dunda, this is Sean Waller from the technical team. We think for the interpretation, you are perhaps
¿Escuchan mejor ahora?
on the wrong channel. Could you please select the interpretation button and select Spanish as your language?
Hola, ¿escuchan mejor ahora?
So, Ms. Dunda, you need to be either on original audio or Spanish on the interpretation function.
Señora Dunde, ¿me escucha?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm just trying to help. I'm trying to tell her to put. Hay que apretar el botón donde dice interpretación abajo.
¿Escuchan mejor?
Sí, se escucha, pero hay que ir hay que apretar el botón donde dice interpretación.
Aquí sí se escucha, doctora Donda.
Bueno, cuando me digan, puedo empezar. Lo hago breve, así no aburro a quien lo escucha.
Okay, I'll start then.
I think it's now working, Ms. Dunda. So please try to go ahead.
Gracias, Fernán. Gracias, Fernán. Gracias a los organizadores y las organizadoras del foro. Bienvenidos a todos y todas a este nuevo encuentro para repensar las posibilidades que tenemos a nivel de comunidad internacional, ir construyendo parámetros desde los instrumentos internacionales que colaboren a la construcción de sociedades más igualitarias. Este foro se da en un momento muy particular, es un foro que podríamos llamar de la
Should coming through so we can just, okay. We can refer to after the pandemics. And we apologize, but the audio, the Spanish translators say that they don't receive a good audio. That's why they were not interpreting for us. But they started out. Latin America is a place, one of the places of the world where these progress that we refer to.
La población. El 80% de la población de nuestro continente sigue resistiendo sobre sus espaldas la generación de riqueza del 20% más rico del continente, pero esa
Sorry, but that's just the Spanish translation is not coming through. The English channel apologizes, but the Spanish translation is not coming through.
Básicos derechos humanos. Cuando hablamos de América Latina, hablamos de una región que ha sido colonizada y que se construye sobre...
The Spanish translation is not on. Apologize.
Y por eso es más vigente que en casi en ningún otro lugar el no hablar de minorías racializadas, porque las mayorías somos racializadas en América Latina, porque precisamente hemos sido quienes hemos sido excluidos del del poder, de poder gozar de los derechos humanos y de los privilegios que se fueron acumulando en esos sectores sociales que durante siglos después de la colonia continuaron acrecentando esos privilegios y esas riquezas. El detentar el poder político, económico y social de las sociedades de nuestros pueblos ha generado estas brechas de enorme desigualdad que la pandemia desnudó y expuso en una forma absolutamente cruel, donde las mujeres hemos sido las más perjudicadas, pero no cualquier mujer. Las mujeres racializadas, las mujeres negras, las mujeres afrodescendientes, las mujeres que provienen de los pueblos originarios, esas mujeres hemos sido las más excluidas sistemáticamente de gozar de los derechos, y por supuesto en pandemia esto se acrecentó como una llaga en carne viva que muestra la necesidad de construir una región más igualitaria que no se puede construir si seguimos excluyendo de los espacios de poder a las personas que precisamente sufren esta desigualdad. Nosotros creemos que es fundamental entender que el término minoría, así como planteamos en la primera oportunidad que tuvimos de participar de este foro, es un término que se entrecruza con factores que no tienen que ver con la realidad en América Latina. La racialización y la situación socioeconómica ha generado también la necesidad de poder ampliar esta mirada, este término, y entender que debemos comprender que las mayorías somos las mayorías vulneradas, las mayorías racializadas en América Latina, y que en todo caso somos minorías hegemónicas en el poder. Por tanto, insistimos que el término correcto es hablar de mayorías vulneradas en sus derechos cuando estamos hablando de esta región, cuando estamos en este foro de minorías, que lo que trata de hacer es poder mirar a aquellas personas que han sido sistemáticamente excluidas de los resortes de poder, para lograr de esa forma incluirlas con su voz en esos resortes. Los lugares en América Latina que se han mostrado como más eficientes, eficaces en la toma de decisiones y la adopción de políticas públicas para incluir a las mayorías de la sociedad, son los lugares y los países donde todos y todas hemos tenido voz. Si hay algo que creo que es importante, es entender que quienes hemos sido víctimas sistemáticas de la exclusión de esos espacios de poder, podemos volver a tener, o podemos pensar que vamos a tener un piso de igualdad si generamos los resortes para que empecemos a participar de esos espacios. Si la voz de las personas racializadas, de las personas afrodescendientes, de las mujeres y de aquellos grupos que han sido los más vulnerabilizados durante siglos, desde la colonización hasta hoy, si la voz de ellos en espacios de poder y en la adopción de políticas públicas, no vamos a generar en América Latina, ni desde el sistema internacional de protección de derechos humanos, ni desde los gobiernos, las políticas adecuadas para que todos y todas podamos ser parte. En ese sentido, nuestra participación en el foro es el aporte que podemos hacer. Creemos que nuestro aporte es decir, que las personas racializadas, las personas vulnerabilizadas, las personas que hemos resistido sobre nuestros cuerpos el peso de esa colonización, tenemos que ser parte, tenemos que ser voz y tenemos que poder tomar decisiones para poder terminar con la desigualdad en la región. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Ms. Donda, for your statement. And now we arrive to our last speaker, Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Warenne. The floor is yours.
Merci, Ana Maria. Bonjour tout le monde. Buenos dias. And in sign language, hello. Ce forum régional pour les Amériques est possible cette année grâce au soutien et à la...
The regional forum of America is possible to be reached with the support of the population from the Republic of Argentina. And it's coordinated also by several regional partners, among others, like the National Institute Against Discrimination and Racism. The Central Code for Pluralism. And I'm very glad and happy to be meeting you here today, and I hope we have a very interesting journey. We are going to start to continue and switch to English.
Minorities. I'll say a few words about the opening session to review, rethink, and reform the protection of the rights of minorities. As the Special Rapporteur, we established these regional gatherings around the world. Although I have to say, unfortunately, because of the pandemic, most of these regional forums have been online, have been virtual in the last 2 years. But all of the regional forums have been made possible because of the continuous support and efforts of the Tom Lantos Institute and numerous volunteers and partner organizations working in the area of human rights and minorities, and which are listed, I think, in the forums program and other locations. We held this year 4 regional forums on minorities around the world to mark the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Declaration on the Rights of National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities that was established in 1992. And it's important to acknowledge the context which 30 years ago led to this declaration, because there were around the world dramatic upheavals in the late 1980s and early 1990s. You had conflicts, including the breakup of Yugoslavia, the fall of the Soviet Union, numerous conflicts in Asia and Africa during this time, which involved also competing majoritarian nationalism and grievance claims from minorities. And just like today, as a matter of fact, back then, 30 years ago, it was a particularly dark period, a period which, however, ensured significant and political and intellectual efforts to address these grievances and how to achieve peace and stability for justice. That is the context which led to the adoption of the UN Declaration of the Rights of Minorities, at a time when peace and stability was very closely connected to justice. What is therefore perhaps not appreciated till today is that this was a period internationally when it was acknowledged that through these steps of recognizing and establishing the human rights of minorities, through these steps were ways to achieve peace and stability, and steps for the protection of minorities and their rights. And it was a promise, a commitment of respect for the human rights of minorities by developing instruments to make this a reality on the ground, and to try to achieve peace and stability through protecting, at least symbolically, minorities. Simply put, this is also the very foundation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that there cannot be peace without justice, and a lesson which, unfortunately, the international community perhaps seems to have forgotten. Many of you might remember this period of optimism, and that we were perhaps also naive to think that these commitments or promises, because in reality they were more in the sense of promises, that these would eventually lead to more detailed and absolutely necessary standards, which would be developed later. So initially, when we adopted the UN Declaration of the Rights of Minorities, this was not considered as a final result. It was considered to be a first step to stronger measures and mechanisms for the protection of minority. The UN Declaration, as you all know, is not a legal instrument. It is more in the nature of a political statement. It does not create directly legal obligations in international human rights law. The last 30 years, and especially the most recent years, have not always been generous to minorities. In fact, even the earlier speakers that we had this morning, in a sense, already have acknowledged that. If I were to simplify and summarize how minority issues are being dealt with around the world right now, I would go so far as to say that what we are dealing with currently is not stability, it's not even stagnation, it is regression. We are going backwards in terms of the protection and recognition of the human rights of minorities. Minorities themselves are frustrated because their so-called rights can be so easily completely ignored, dismissed. And the cavalier way these promised commitments are being dealt with is contributing to a loss of faith in the goodwill or effectiveness of mechanisms that were supposed to protect minorities, to protect their cultures, their languages, their identities, in short. From a global perspective, it has to be said that there is also in some countries an impression of growing hostility, or at least intolerance towards the cultures, religions, or languages of minorities. And this can be seen, for example, in the rather outright, fairly clear prohibition, which is increasing, in the teaching of minority languages in public schools. This is being, in fact, prohibited in more and more countries. We're also seeing in recent years a growing phenomenon, a dramatic increase, what the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called a tsunami of hate speech in social media, targeting mainly, overwhelmingly, minorities. And we're seeing an increase in violent attacks and hate crimes against minorities in the Americas, but also in Europe, in Asia, and in Africa. And as we've heard earlier also, indigenous peoples who are often minorities are also targets of much of this hate speech. Social media platforms have become propaganda megaphones and now amplify intolerance and prejudice. And we're seeing quite a significant increase of hate and racism that are reaching immediately very large numbers of people. We're also seeing an instrumentalization of prejudice and scapegoating of minorities, of incitement to discrimination against minorities by populist politicians. We've seen this in Brazil, we've seen this in some countries of Central America, we've seen this in the United States, amongst others. So minorities, in fact, we could say that minorities are being demonized as never before since the end of the Second World War in ways that are real world threats to justice and peace as never before. And we're seeing more clouds in the sky, quite very dark clouds, as a matter of fact. In recent decades, conflicts overwhelmingly are internal, inside a country. And these conflicts usually have an ethnic or religious dimension, according to various research projects on the evolution of conflicts. Since 2010, the number of major violent conflicts has tripled, increased 3 times around the world. And much of the increase is in the rise of internal conflicts inside a country, and usually involve minorities. The world has indeed become a nastier, darker place, and it would be naive to say that the instruments we have in place, and especially the absence of effective mechanisms for their enforcement, are sufficient to address these threats and growing storms that we are seeing around us. It's not all doom and gloom, however, because there are good practices, what we could call shining beacons of light in different parts of the world, as we'll be learning about today and tomorrow. There are good examples in Bolivia, and there are also hopeful signs in countries such as Bolivia, Colombia, and Argentina. Now, no government is perfect, and there have been initiatives and practices in countries for minorities and indigenous peoples, which should be better known and highlighted and learned from their positive aspects and effects. This regional forum, centered on the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Declaration of the Rights of Minorities, is therefore a response to the reconfiguration of the international order that followed the end of the Second World War, the end of the Cold War, rather, and the disintegration of the Soviet Union as such. The anniversary is therefore perhaps an opportunity, a key opportunity, to take stock of the state of minority rights protection, to identify gaps in the minority protection regime, and to determine how these gaps fuel threats to minorities and the protection of their rights, and to look at it and to make recommendations on the way forward. In a sense, this is a historical opportunity to seize, because the human rights of minorities, and let me say this very clearly, are today, perhaps even more so than 30 years ago, not sufficiently protected and under threat. The challenges are immense and urgent to strengthen into concrete obligations, concrete measures, what until now has mainly been promises that are too often ignored or set aside where it's convenient to do so. So it's time to review, rethink, reform the global recognition, protection, and promotion of the rights of minorities for a more secure life in a diverse and just world, and putting these noble principles into practice by recognizing, as the first words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights proclaim, the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family. As some of you know, my mandate has also issued, in connection with the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities, a call for submissions on the mainstreaming of minority rights at the United Nations and elsewhere, looking at what has been done since the UN Secretary General issued a guidance note 10 years ago that called for the mainstreaming of minority rights across all UN pillars and activities, and where the United Nations Secretary General instructed the UN expressly to integrate anti-discrimination and minority rights into the work of the UN at all levels, including in its various mechanisms. I've invited individuals, organizations, governments, and other stakeholders to send their reports, views, and comments to consider how the UN itself has integrated and mainstreamed the aspirations and promotion of the human rights of minorities in its structures and initiative, and how, if it has, contributed to the recognition, promotion, and protection of the rights of minorities. Now, this report will consider critically how the rights of minorities appear in the developments, the activities of the UN since the adoption of the UN Declaration, and how the UN has referred and incorporated, if it has, these rights in more recent initiatives in terms of programs, even treaties, and other initiatives, including in regional and national offices. In other words, you are invited to comment and share with me the extent to which you consider the rights of minorities being protected, visible, and integrated in the priorities and activities of the United Nations, and how, if it has, been mainstreamed in its activities. I'll be preparing a report to the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva in March of next year, and submissions will play an important role in the assessment of how the rights of minorities can be better mainstreamed and dealt with at the UN. In essence, the time has come for a reboot to pivot and focus more on new policies, initiatives, and programs, and changes on making the promises, the commitments from the 1990s a reality, something that is actually put into effect at the United Nations and the United Nations and its activities. Please allow me to make a few observations on the importance of your discussions and insights for the next 2 days. Different regions have very different contexts and conditions. And the UN Forum on Minority Issues held every year, over a day and a half in Geneva, usually in December, is really a limited time and space to clearly discuss the specific challenges facing all minorities everywhere in the world. So holding regional forums under my mandate allows for us to take into account and hear much more loudly, clearly, and in depth the voices and expertise of regional minorities and take them into account when you submit recommendations through this forum, and it can be actually then forwarded to the UN Human Rights Council. I can't sufficiently emphasize the importance of this forum for this region in order to better understand and appreciate the variety and challenges of your context. But it also, perhaps even more importantly, this provides a more accessible opportunity to express yourselves and to share your knowledge and insights with the United Nations, including my mandate. And in fact, I believe I'm the first and perhaps even still the only rapporteur who has regular regional meetings of this kind around the world. In closing, I'd like to mention that in my statement at the high-level event at the United Nations in New York on the 21st of September, a few weeks ago, that marked the anniversary of the UN Declaration, I called for the creation of a permanent forum on minorities at the UN in New York, as is now being done for Indigenous peoples and people of African descent and others, so that minority issues are raised and discussed at the highest levels at the United Nations, so that the mainstreaming of minority rights at the UN, as promised by the UN Secretary General in 2013, has a better chance of being examined and dealt with directly. And in my report next week to the UN General Assembly in New York, I will also urgently call for work to begin for an inclusive and global process to fortify the legal protection and implementation of the human rights of minorities at the UN. I am proud to point out to you that most of these ideas actually come from you, the participants of the regional forums on minorities in the last few years. I will now give the floor to the chair, Madame Biro, of the Tom Natosh Institute, who will explain, I think, the next steps in the process. Obrigado, muchas gracias, thank you, merci, and in sign language, thank you. Ana Maria, the floor is yours.
Obrigado. Obrigado, Fernand, for your very inspiring statement outlining some future plans and also the importance of rebooting the normative framework as well as mainstreaming it into the UN forum, which were indeed the recommendations repeatedly emphasized in all global regions in the last 4 years. And I would like to thank all our distinguished keynote speakers for their insightful statements and remarks. This was our last speaker at the opening meeting, and now I shall explain the rules of proceedings for the regional forum and summarize the process for the next 2 days. Participants of the regional forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussion along the themes addressed in the program of work of the regional forum. Please note all interventions and statements on each theme of the regional forum should be relevant to that particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statements relate to the topics under discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues under the theme. So I would like to emphasize again how important it is on behalf of all of you, including presenters, to submit the recommendations which can then be taken forward at the UN forum. We, of course, also expect all participants to show respect for others' views and invite them to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Participants are also requested to refrain from posting or displaying material that is offensive, obscene, and hateful, that promotes or encourages violence, or that does not uphold UN standards regarding countries and territories. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. I would ask all participants to refer to the program of work and practical information documents that have been provided to you for detailed information on the structure and processes for this meeting. Should you have any queries, then please contact the organizers using the chat function or email to regionalforum@tomlantoshinstitute.hu. Interventions. With regard to interventions, participants are strongly encouraged to contribute to the discussions as part of the 4 thematic session. To do so, you must indicate this to the moderator using the raise hand function in Zoom. There are no rights of reply or points of order during the regional forum. All participants wishing to make a statement or intervention must follow the protocol detailed above. We ask all participants that wish to propose recommendations to do so by submitting them by email to Marcus Oda, Program Manager at the Tom Lantos Institute, or by submitting them in the chat function. All these email addresses will appear in the chat function. You must be aware that the regional forum is being live streamed on YouTube, and the video and audio recording will be publicly available on the Tom Lantos Institute's YouTube channel, website, and on www.minorityforum.info. That brings to an end the opening session. I would again like to thank all our distinguished keynote speakers for their statements. And we shall begin our next session after a technical break. And I would like to thank you again for this very interesting and insightful opening panel. Thank you. See you in a minute.
Thank you.
Huh?
Good morning, everyone. We're just having a slight technical issue, so we will start the session 5 minutes late. So that will be 2 Geneva time and 9 Buenos Aires time. Thank you. Hello, dear Miss Raynoom. Hello. Hello. We're still waiting for one of the panelists, but I understand that they will be connecting soon. So I think we can perhaps start the session with the panelists that we have, and then I will communicate with you as soon as the other panelist joins. So,
okay, that's fine. Should I speak in English or in Spanish?
It is up to you. We have interpretation, so if you would prefer to speak in Spanish, that's not a problem. Just make sure that you are either on the original audio button or select Spanish in the interpretation function, just so that the channels work.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. So we can start any moment you tell me.
Okay, thank you. We'll give you 1 more minute. Thank you. Dear Ms. Raynoom, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, could you please start this high-level state panel?
Muchas gracias y muy buenos días. Es un enorme gusto poder estar con ustedes en primer lugar.
Thank you so much and good morning. I'm very happy to be with you. First and foremost, I'd like to salute Mr. Fernando Bajen for his initiative of thinking, rethinking, reviewing, reforming the framework of the 30th anniversary on the Declaration of Rights of national, ethnical, religious minorities in this convention. I'd like to remind you that this is one of the 4 regional forums that the Special Rapporteur has organized with the objective of extending critical comments about the framework and in the institutions and mechanisms being implemented. This forum will contribute to the work of the Special Rapporteur on minority issues. And please take into account that when we talk about minorities, we don't talk about the general framework of the declaration as people belonging to minorities, the ethnical, linguistic, or other types of minorities. I'd like to say hello to the civil society who's also here with us and which is essential to these conversations. We also have Argentinian Sign Language available, and that the session is being broadcasted on YouTube and that you will be able to have access to it on the websites of the corresponding forums. I'd like to thank Mr. Rodrigo Rojas for being here with us. I'm very happy to have you here with us. You're going to be our first panelist. Each panelist will have between 8 to 10 minutes to make their remarks, and then we will open the forum for questions. Rodrigo Rojas is the Human Rights Director and in the International Humanitarian Law in the Ministry of Foreign Relations in Colombia. He is a diplomat, career diplomat, and currently he is the ambassador and he's a lawyer and specialized in constitutional and administrative law. He works in the Foreign Relations Secretariat in Colombia ever since the 90s. So we're gonna have the opportunity to hear from a very experienced employee in the Colombian law system. And you have the floor, Rodrigo. Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone here with us today. A very special thanks to Ms. Executive Secretariat Tanya Renum. Her name is a little bit complicated. I apologize. And I'd also like to thank the Special Rapporteur for Minorities and the government of Argentina for opening this space for me to share the Colombian experience in the recognition of minority rights. The adoption of this international instrument has marked our context because it guarantees and emphasizes the importance of minority rights. And in that spirit, the declaration confirms the political status of Colombia in 1991. Colombia is a pluriethnical, multicultural country and recognizes and protects the ethnic and cultural diversity of the nation, aiming to eliminate any type of discrimination. In Colombia, we have white, mixed, indigenous, and African descent populations. And the Colombian population is formed by three major groups: indigenous peoples, the Black population, and the communities of San Andres and Provincia, and also the Panentera community in the Department of Bolivia. Having as a starting point this diversity, ever August 7th, we have published a policy to seek out total peace within and outside of the national territory. We are fully aware that peace will only be reached if we can guarantee the rights of all people and communities that integrate our pluriethnical and multicultural country. And this policy integrates education for peace, resolution of conflict, and the recognition of cultural differences, diversity, and the building of a common project for the country. And in this framework, we promote the narratives, imaginaries, and symbols of integration, democracy to overcome stigmatization and tackle the structural causes that have led to discrimination. Along those lines, we also promote initiatives for peace in all of the Colombian territory, like experiences for the building of trust and the materialization of reconciliation. And as a part of the coordination of the peoples and ethnical communities, the government tries to make all different communities promote intercultural principles towards the future of the nation. As the foundations of productive economy and food sovereignty in the territory for peace, and towards that end, the Colombian state has adopted measures to overcome the excluding dynamics that impact the rights of minorities. The national government is committed to the promotion of education for peace, structuring programs that foster cultural diversity and the recognition of all types of people in the Colombian territory, and ending discrimination that conducts to stigmatization. We also aim to recognize the existence of about 78 native languages spoken by 850,000 people. Among those are 65 indigenous or Indo-American languages or Creole languages spoken by people of African descent in all of our provinces, including Santa Catarina, Hipalengue, with a Spanish language basis, such as the Palenqueros people. We also have the Romani language spoken by the Gypsy folk present in many parts of the country. And that's why the Ministry of Culture, through the Population Direction and Secretariat promote ethno-linguistic diversity ever since based on our social linguistic diagnosis of the native languages of Colombia, establishing their principles and continuing with plans and projects and programs to guarantee and protect all of the linguistic patrimony and heritage of Colombia, according to Law 301 regarding native languages.
Decenal de Lenguas Nativas de Colombia 2022-2032, que coordina la acción institucional y propicia la participación de los grupos étnicos
in the participation of the ethnical groups in the protection and the strengthening of the native languages. It is a mechanism that integrates and prioritizes the measures added in the safeguard plans for the languages, and also expands the opportunities and strategies for recovering and strengthening the culture of the nation. Another key element would be the strengthening of the previous consultation to protect the relationship it has with the territories and the indigenous people, African descendants, Hazalis, and conditions will be established to ensure their effective participation in all levels of the public or scopes of the public level. And they're stating that the participation will be the foundation to ensure that the collaboration of policies and the decision-making process would reflect on the interests that respond to the needs of those minorities. In this way, then, it is fundamental to have the inclusion of women in all of the diversities. On the other hand, it is also important to highlight that one of the major advances in or progress in ethical protection or minority protection have been the extension for 10 years for the protection of the law of the victims until June 2031. So we have a public policy compass of 2021, to which we had the national plan for the reparation of the victims, and we could establish annual targets until 2031. This document of public policies established how cross-cutting network with specific actions focused on the full reparation and assistance to the victims that belong to peoples and ethnical communities. All of those efforts allow us to make proposals at a regional level to advance and progress for the protection of the minorities and human rights of minorities. And we have shared recently all of this in the OAS General Assembly. So Colombia is inviting all to debate the dialogue among the states, member states, in order to implement it effectively, and the American Declaration for the Indigenous Peoples from 2016. Equally speaking, Colombia also strives for the member states to have informal meetings to negotiate a future inter-American declaration over the rights and the recognition of justice and the development of African descendants, including a component of reparation. Related to everything that I have already said, Colombia considers of vital importance as well the incorporation of feminists to look at to strengthen the participation of the women and other vulnerable groups in the formulation of public policies, and reforming the commitment to fight against different ways of discrimination, oppression, inequity, and violence based on gender, social class, race, ethnic, religion, deficiencies, and sexuality. And this way, Colombia will continue implementing and fighting for the implementation of policies in favor of the immigrants with a perspective of human rights on it to achieve the objectives from the World Bank for safe immigration, coordinated and regular safe immigration, and fully aligned to the protection of non-discrimination. Colombia supports consistently the language and the recognition of multiple ways for the discrimination and impact, intersectionality, and also the importance to highlight elements of diversity and the protection of human rights without any differentiation. So to summarize, the Colombian state considers that the international solidarity will enable the progress of the minorities and as fight against the discrimination. not only designing inclusive agreements and policies, but also through the promotion of spaces where all of the voices would be heard for the implementation of their rights. Thank you so much, everyone.
Al contrario, Rodrigo, muchas gracias a ti por ser tan
Oh, Rodrigo, thank you so much to you for being so accurate and considerate with time. And it seems to me that before passing the words to the public to see if we have any comments or any other questions, I would like to emphasize 3 elements that you have mentioned. The first element would be that all the public policies in linguistic terms and social linguistic terms and the plans of the native languages that are being implemented in Colombia. And a second element would be this feminist lens, the feminist look to the foreign policy, and how this feminist look could have an intersection and it's cross-cutting. And it should also be valued and incorporated when we refer to minorities. And also, I would like to comment that Colombia approved this a lot, the Escazú Treaty, in relation to what you have said about the consultation, the free and informed consultations. So this is also a recognition that I would like to give to the Colombian state for this approval, because certainly it will make the public policies reach the minorities. So now I would like to invite the public, the audience that are with us here today, to take the floor and use the audio if you would like to make any comments, questions, remarks. So I will be here with an eye on the chat. I don't know if anybody has raised their hands, not that I could see. I really would like to see if anyone would like to make any comment. Yes, we have Gustavo Ribeiro raising his hand. Do you have any comments? Hi, hello. Thank you so much, everyone, and all of you. I am Gustavo Ribeiro. I'm Brazilian. I live in São Paulo, and I work and foundation in Latin America to defend democracy and the participation of minorities in politics. Thank you so much, Mr. Rodrigo, for all your comments and your presentation. And I would like to ask you about the rights of the LGBT population and women in Colombia. What steps would your government be taking for the effective inclusion of those LGBT populations and the gender diversity and the Colombian policies? Thank you so much. If you allow me, Rodrigo, we could maybe take another question. To 2 questions in one round. So Elisa Costa, good morning. Thank you so much for your participation. You have the floor. Good morning, all of you. Thank you so much for your wonderful explanation. Colombia is still an example of force and dignity in the recognition of humanity for the Gypsies. I am the president of an organization designed and built and based by women of Romani ethnicity. And I would like to thank you so much for your presentation and this strength to and the focus to give voice to the women and participation in the political agenda as well. And I would like to ask you in relation to the census. And why in relation to this? Because Brazil maybe could be the 2nd country or the 3rd country with the largest numbers of homes in the world. But we cannot state that because we don't have a census with this right, not the control, but the right of identifying yourself and saying that I am or I belong to this ethnicity and I am part of this ethnical group in my country. And as we could see, the census in Colombia was stopped. You didn't have a progress on this number. And I don't know if it wasn't updated already, but the importance of the census so we could know certainly where to apply the public policies in a successful way. It would be really important. Thank you so much. And once again, I would like to greet the Colombian government. I'm very happy to see this, and I hope that Brazil soon could follow and take the same pathway. Shifting away from the population, the extreme right, and in this condition that we are in nowadays. Thank you very much. Well, I would like now to pass the word back to Mr. Rodrigo Rojas so he can answer to the 2 questions now. And then we can pass the word to our second speaker. So Rodrigo, you have the floor now. Thank you so much, Tanya. And in relation to the first question, I would like to say that recently, the gender equality is now part of the national governmental policy. And this is ensured with incorporation of the inclusion of women in the region, several regional plans, developing a document, Compass 4080, that we also have for the women and gender equity and gender equality. And in relation to the LGBT communities, we, let's say, in the same General Assembly, we support in all instruments, in all international instances. And we saw in Geneva, Lima, New York, Colombia has defended the flagship for solutions and systems and the different resolutions to be incorporating and protecting all the minorities. And Colombia really is part of the central group of OAS and the United Nations in relation to the LGBTI community. And in relation to the census, demographic census, which was asked by our Brazilian colleague, Colombia normally, periodically has a census. The last census is, well, it's a little outdated, but it's not that outdated. The last one is from 2018 for indigenous populations, and we've had data for the indigenous populations, Black population, Romani population, and the self-recognition of those people is included there for each of the minority groups. And we are now pending with a new census now, and I've heard recently that maybe 2 years from now we are going to hold a new census, demographic census, but it's not very updated because it's only 4 years now, and this census cannot be so frequent. But we are working now with the numbers of 2018, and I don't know if they're that much outdated for some people, but in Colombia, we try to be updated, have these numbers updated in relation to the self-recognition of the populational minority groups. Thank you so much, Rodrigo. And now I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Salome, who will be speaking from Argentina. Salome, Director of the Migratory Policies and Ethnical Issues. Good morning, Salome. I greet you from Washington and everyone in Argentina, you and everyone in Argentina. So you have the floor now. And afterwards, if you agree, we can open up a space for Q&A, comments, remarks, questions from the audience. Okay, so please, Salome, the word is yours. Welcome. Thank you so much for all of you. I introduce myself again. I am Salome Grunda, the National Director of Racial Equity for Immigrants and Refugees for the Secretary of Human Rights in Argentina. So it's a great pleasure and honor to be here with all of you and greet you on behalf of our Secretary of Human Rights for our country, and also greet our great leader that will be representing the Argentinian state, Victoria Donda. So at this moment, I'd like to mention a little bit about the measures and the actions that I would have to take for the policies. Specifically, we are working now with a populational group in our country. As you could see, as you all know, migration is a fundamental aspect for us, and we have a lot of migrations that permanently require us to be paying full attention and close attention to the new demands and needs of the immigrants in our country. And we have policies that are designed to the African, Argentinian or African descendant population in Argentina and other populations. And we are strongly working with the National Institute for Against Discrimination and Xenophobia in this line. And we also work in migratory policies with through a network of integration centers for immigrants and refugees. Inspired by several places of our national territory, like Buenos Aires in the province of Buenos Aires and La Plata, a region in the city of Rosario, in the municipality of Nequay, Cocuy in the north of our country as well, close to the borders and near Bolivia. And we're also about to open a center of integration for immigrants in the province of Cordoba, in the center of our country, the middle of our country. And that's very important because we do that together with the National Director of Immigrants in the Ministry of the Interior. And we also have the participation in the center. Different public institutions, which it's a very integrative space for the public policies that we have in our country. We have the participation of the Ministry of Social Development and the Ministry of Women, Gender, and stakeholders from our civil society. As in the center, we have cultural workshops in these different centers, and also language shops, language courses and workshops, and some policies to facilitate and promote the rights and the integration of those immigrants and refugees in our country. And also work with several other groups and other communities in our country. And we also, last week, we participated in a meeting, an educational meeting with the Gypsies. We also participated in the Secretariat of Human Rights with a third meeting of educators for the Gypsies with the Ministry of Education in our country. And we also try to promote the human rights or the rights and improve somehow the access to the public policies and to identity issues for the Gypsy people and all ethnicities. And we know that this has been postponed frequently, and this is a group that has been persecuted and not all around the world. And that's why we consider that we should accompany these collectivities, these groups. And the last thing that I would like to mention is that this year we had a national census in our country, which enabled us to, the collective to African descendant group to be participating in this national census with their self-perception or self-identification of belonging to their African descendants. And this enabled us to have some much better outcomes and results for the public policies and also for those communities. Thank you. So if we're having thank you so much. And in relation to a question in the previous intervention, Elisa's question, and now Claudia as well with Uruguay, they were asking us about the demographic national census and how you can include, if it's possible, if you have already included the racial ethnicity in the national census. And also, I'd like to give the word, not before listening Salome again. Oh, yes, and the originary and traditional people and also the African descendant groups would be contemplated in our last census. The census was done in May, last May. That's why we do not have the data available yet from those analysis, and the full analysis, all of those data that were gathered and collected, as we had a long time that we were not able to perform the census, and we had a delay of 2 years due to the pandemics. So it was supposed to be carried out in 2020.
And as I mentioned before, we have done this in the provincial and municipal states, and we have designed and implemented better policies given the impact of those results in our reading of this context. Thank you so much, Salome. And Damian, you can open your microphone to make your comment or question. I just wanted to make a comment. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for inviting me to this panel, such a rich panel with a lot of companions in the fight. And I just wanted to talk about the theme of I believe that in the 30th anniversary of the rights of the minorities, I see myself in the obligation of saying that in the Argentinian Republic, we don't have a face and we don't have an expression of the minorities. We have a serious problem about human rights and respect of minorities. We have had many meetings with the government, and we ask especially that the census that will be held addresses the minorities. Due to the pandemic, we were not included in the census. We don't know how many we are and what are our issues. On the other hand, the African descent community was included, and we wanted to follow this path. And in this case, the ex-director of African descent was able to implement this, and that was my question. Could we have someone where we can make this request to and pay attention to our issue, because whenever we make this request on this theme, we don't get a response and we're not heard. And we just wanted to bring this into the agenda because we are in Argentina, we are always trying to address the government. And on the other hand, I know work with the community has been done, and we believe that this place and this time to make this request, it is a very special time for the Romani and Gypsy community for the defense of rights. So there's no time like right now to talk and propose about traditional justice and reparation for our people. And this is a little bit of what I had to say. I just wanted to get a response about this. And what is the plan for making us seen, heard in the country, because we're part of the country's community? I hope we have a budget for this. Thank you. Thank you, Damian, for your questions. And I would like to pass the floor to Santiago Bahasin as well. Good morning, Santiago. Good morning, how is everyone? And I'm talking from the province of Salta, Argentina, the northern province. And as was mentioned by Salome, I have a comment that is along the lines of what Damian Cristo said. We need to get a better response from the Argentinian government. Because of the pandemic, we have had the translation apologizes, but his audio seems to be breaking up a little bit.
atrás de todo esto. Porque por la falta de visibilización del Estado Nacional.
The original people was left behind because due to the lack of visibility, the response given to us was not enough considering all of the issues we have. And we didn't see any attitudes or activities in addition to a control agency. I am a legal advisor from a civic society group to support original peoples, and there are many professionals and people who are talented in these communities that do not have opportunities. And I identify with the young community because I am 22, so I'm a lawyer, and this is an issue that really interests me. We need to have a national response. We need to improve the budget for all social organizations due to the support that is lacking in the community. Thank you so much, Santiago. Salome, I don't know if you want to make any final comments, and then I will also pass the floor to our first panelist, Rodrigo Rojas, who is making a comment in the chat. Rodrigo, if you'd like, I could pass the floor to you in just a second, but Salome, would you like to make your final comments, and then we will pass the floor to Rodrigo. Go ahead, Salome. Thank you, Tanya. About Damian, hello. We have been talking. We were together last week in another Congress, and about the issues you raised and all of the failure on the part of the state to address this and to use solutions to the very specific theme of access to education, documentation. All of those themes are in the agenda and they are present in the activities that we have been engaged in. We're also gathered with references from the communities in the Gypsy Observatorium as well, and the theme is in the agenda. We're not looking the other way. And also about the theme of the original peoples, we know that this is a historical demand, and we have not paid attention to this in the past in different governments in the national state, but the National Institute of Indigenous matters have been dealing with this constantly on the part of the Secretariat of Human Rights in the nation. This is not a theme that we are ignoring. So I thank you very much for your questions and count on my Secretariat and my Directorate. We're working every day to implement policies in the Secretariat of Human Rights in the nation. We're working together on these issues. So our doors are opened and you can contact me whenever you want. Thank you very much. Thank you, Salome, for your comments. And this forum gathers civil society, government agencies, and it is a space to talk about specific themes and also a networking space so that we can contact each other online. Rodrigo Rojas, you now have the floor and you can make any comments you like. Thank you, Tanya. I wrote in the chat because Claudia asked a question about the experience of the census, including the dimension, the ethnico-racial dimension. So I'd like to say that Colombia, although we have many variables, we are asking questions everywhere, and one of the possibilities that has happened in the Colombian census is the possibility of self-recognition. I can recognize myself as an indigenous person, as a Gypsy, as Romani, as I mean, that's important because it helps tackle this invisibility of many communities that has been pervasive for many years. Now we have the possibility of the person self-recognizing and as a minority, and that's what I had to say. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rodrigo, for including the theme of self-recognition that Salome mentioned as self-perception, and Claudia also mentioned the invisibility of indigenous groups, of people of African descent who live in the region and that have been incorporated in the census. And we can see in other countries in the region, like Mexico, that have also added in the census people of African descent. And many people in Mexico were discovered. There were many people who who perceive themselves as of African descent. And I'd also like to thank you for this conversation with civil society as well. Thank you very much for being here. And thank you so much, Special Rapporteur, for the space to conclude and to converge and to rethink, reimagine, and reform the declaration and its mechanisms. And if we don't have any more comments, we're going to close this session and our program will continue. So I will now pass the floor to Sean because he will make some comments about the next points in our agenda. Sean?
Thank you, Tanya, and thank you for moderating that session so wonderfully. And thank you everyone for your comments and contributions. The next session will start at 3:30 Geneva time. That's 10:30 Buenos Aires time. So in about 30 minutes. So thank you, and we'll see you all again soon. Thank you again, Tanya, and our panelists. Thank you.
Gracias a los panelistas. 28 minutos de receso para ir a tomar un café.
Okay, so 28 minutes break to get some coffee and come back. I wish everyone a wonderful day. Thank you.
progress.
Hello, Mr. Lieberman. Could we please check your microphone and your video, please? If you are there. Also, Mr. Packer and Mr. Rodrigo Alves.
Good morning. I am here. How's the sound?
Yeah, the sound is good.
And you have a good view of my kitchen, I hope, Sean.
Perfect. Yeah, I can hear and see you perfectly. Thank you, Michael.
Yes, of course.
And Rodrigo, please. I can see you.
Hello, Shen, and everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, loud and clear.
Perfect.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
So we should be able to start on time as all of our panel are here. So feel free to turn your microphone and camera off for the next 15 minutes, and then Michael, you can start on time unless I tell you there's an issue before then.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you both. Professor Packer, if you are able, could you please test your microphone and your video, please, before the start? Thank you. Hi, John. Can see.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, good, thank you. Yourself?
Okay, thanks.
Good. Thank you for connecting early and checking. It's very helpful for us in the interpretation team.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry I missed the, I had problems connecting this morning early on from my home. So I'm now in my office, so
Okay.
I missed the first session.
It's okay. I could see that you hadn't connected with audio, so I thought there must have been some problem with your connection. So, but
Yeah.
now it seems all strong and stable. So that's great.
Good.
Thank you, John. So we'll be starting on time. We have our panelists and our moderator. So got 5 minutes to relax for a bit. Can turn your microphone off or your video while we wait. That's not a problem. And then
I'm just having a cup of coffee.
And then the moderator, Michael Lieberman, will start the session on time.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Mr. Lieberman, Senior Policy Counsel on Hate and Extremism at the Southern Poverty Law Center. Please, you have the floor to moderate this first thematic session.
Thanks very much, Sean. Hello and welcome back. Welcome to session 1. I'm Michael Lieberman, Senior Policy Counsel for the Southern Poverty Law Center. My focus at SPLC is on legal and policy responses to hate and extremism. I hope many of you are familiar with the work of the Southern Poverty Law Center. SPLC is a 50-year-old NGO based in the United States. We are a nonprofit advocacy organization serving as a catalyst for racial justice throughout the South and beyond. We work in partnership with communities of color and allies to dismantle white supremacy, to strengthen intersectional movements, and to advance human rights of all people. I would highlight just 2 programs of ours, one called Learning for Justice, which provides free resources to caregivers, parents, and educators to help advance human rights and promote inclusive education and democracy. And second, our intelligence project, which has deep expertise in monitoring the activities of American hate groups and other extremists, including such groups as Ku Klux Klan, neo-Nazi organizations. We track hundreds of extremist organizations operating across the United States and publish investigative reports, share key intelligence, and offer expert analysis to the media and public. You can learn more about the Southern Poverty Law Center at our website, which is www.splcenter.org. Due to unforeseen circumstances, panelist Rose Marie Bell Antoine could not be with us today, but we are very privileged to have Rodrigo Vitorino Souza Alves, professor on the Faculty of Law at Federal University of Uberlândia in Brazil, and John Packer, Neuberger Jessen Professor of International Conflict Resolution in the Faculty of Law and the Director of Human Rights Research and Education Center at the University of Ottawa. You have a more full bio for each of them on the Regional Forum website. Let me start with a reminder to adhere to the topic under each theme. Participants of the Regional Forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussion along the themes addressed in the program of work of the Regional Forum. Please note that all interventions and statements under each theme of the Regional Forum should be relevant to that particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statements relate to the topics under discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues under the theme you are making your statement on. We count on the cooperation of all participants to that end. In order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Participants are also requested to refrain from posting or displaying material that is offensive, obscene, and hateful, that promotes or encourages violence, or that does not uphold UN standards regarding countries and territories. In the event that these rules are repeatedly or seriously broken, participants will be removed from the meeting at the discretion of the organizers. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum or who cooperate or who have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. With that, let me turn first to you, Rodrigo. Rodrigo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Michael, for the introduction and also for the invitation. I thank the organizers for the invitation to join this panel. And I would like also to greet Mr. Packer that is going to share this panel with me and all the participants. The topic I'm going to discuss this morning, at least morning in Brazil, right? It's religious minorities under the United Nations legal framework between the group-centered and person-centered approaches. There is an almost universal consensus that all human beings are entitled to a set of fundamental rights. However, there is no doubt that the rights of minority groups, especially religious minorities, are being violated in almost every part of the world, a serious problem that jeopardizes the stability of the states and undermines human dignity. In this context, international organizations have an increasingly important role to play regarding the protection of members of religious minorities against human rights abuses. This presentation aims to discuss the protection of religious minorities under the United Nations minority rights regime, with focus on the recognition of group rights. The freedom to have, adopt, change, renounce, and either individually or in community with others, to manifest a religion or belief is widely recognized as a basic human right by the international community. However, the legal protection of freedom of religion or belief alone was assumed as incapable of solving the problems faced by religious minorities, which are frequently subject of hostility on the part of predominant religious or secularist segments of society. In order to provide a higher level of security for religious minorities, they were included in the United Nations minority rights regime. The two pillars of this regime are the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR of 1966, and the Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities of 1992, which 30th anniversary celebrated this year. The most important legally binding provision that deals with minority rights is Article 27 of the ICCPR, which states that in those states in which ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities exist, persons belonging to such minorities shall not be denied the right, in community with the other members of their group, to enjoy their own culture, to profess and practice their own religion, or to use their own language. Expressed in negative terms, Article 27 does not call for special measures to be adopted and do not explicitly recognize the existence of a right. Notwithstanding, as already affirmed by the Human Rights Committee, since the article prohibits the denial of those rights, to enjoy their own culture, to profess and practice their own religion, or to use their own language, it does establish and recognize a right which is conferred on members of minorities, in addition to all the other human rights enshrined in the ICCPR. This right has already been formulated as a right to identity, as it represents the claim to distinctiveness in terms of ethnicity, religion, and/or language. Article 27 protects all individuals not only against forced assimilation, but also from social exclusion, compelling the states to ensure that all members of minorities are free to partake of their group's identity. Therefore, the article reinforces the individual freedom to belong to a minority group and demands the protection of its exercise. For this reason, Positive measures of protection are obliquely required against violations carried out by the state, its agents, or other persons. These measures, however, should not promote the, quote, museumification of cultures, the creation of living museums of peoples, nor the preservation of the cultural purity of a group, unquote. As the beneficiaries of the rights under Article 27 are individuals and not groups or identities themselves, any protective measure must not be misunderstood as the imposition of a cultural duty or the group or over the group or its members, such as the duty to maintain a specific individual or collective religious identity. In the context of the conflict of rights, as observed by the committee, none of the minority rights of Article 27 may be legitimately exercised in a manner or to an extent inconsistent with the other provisions of the Covenant. Minority rights do not exclude but complement the other human rights. Inspired by Article 27 of the ICCPR, the Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 1992. Aiming to supplement the ICCPR, the Declaration acknowledges the special rights of persons belonging to minorities, entrusts states with duties, and explicitly adds national minorities as one of the categories protected. Under the Declaration, on the one hand, states shall protect the existence of and identity of religious minorities, ensure that members of religious minorities may exercise their rights, protect them against discrimination, create favorable conditions for the expression and development of group characteristics, and create measures so that they may participate in the progress of the country. In summary, states shall observe and enforce the cornerstone principles of equality, non-discrimination, non-exclusion, and non-assimilations of religious minorities. On the other hand, persons have the right to enjoy their own culture, to profess and practice their own religion, and to use their own language, to participate effectively in every area of social life, as well as in political decisions, to associate and establish or keep contact with others, including members of other minority groups and of the mainstream society. In short, those belonging to minorities must be able to exercise all their human rights individually or with others. Concerning the existence and identity of religious minorities, it is proclaimed in Article 1 of the Declaration that states shall protect the existence and the national or ethnic, cultural, religious, and linguistic identity of minorities within their respective territories and shall encourage conditions for the promotion of that identity. States shall adopt appropriate legislative and other measures to achieve those ends. These two clauses imply that states have to take into account the minorities within their territory when promoting any policies or measures, and must not cause the elimination of or forced assimilation of religious groups, nor undermine the religious identity of persons. Religious identity and existence require that states should abstain from violations of minority rights, and that states should adopt positive measures, as well as in order to protect members of minorities against human rights violations. The purpose of the Declaration is to affirm the rights of members of minority groups, including religious minorities. This means that members of religious minorities are protected from violations from the mainstream society, from the other members of their own group, and from the group as a whole. The 1992 Declaration clearly acknowledges the rights of persons belonging to religious minorities, while it does not recognize any rights of groups as groups over them. Accordingly, while individuals may claim their rights even against their own group, religious minorities or majority groups may not claim any intrinsic rights over their adherents. The protection of the existence and identity of a minority reflects the rights provided mostly under Article 2 of the Declaration. In order to propose some practical and concrete measures for the implementation of the 1992 Declaration, the United Nations Independent Expert on Minority Issues presented before the Human Rights Council a set of recommendations on guaranteeing the rights of religious minorities in 2014. The document, which is an outcome of the 6th session of the Forum on Minority Issues, is based on the Declaration as well as other international and regional human rights standards and principles developed by different stakeholders and national legislation. The jurisprudence and general comments of treaty bodies, as well as relevant reports and recommendations from different special procedures, including the work of the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion or Belief, have informed the recommendations. The document also reflects the inputs received from the more than 500 participants of the forum. Concerning the existence and identity of religious minorities, the document offers concrete and valuable measures related to non-discrimination standards, separation and non-interference, the protection against incitement to religious hatred, discrimination, hostility, and violence, balanced with the protection of the freedoms of religion and expression, and the prohibition of blasphemy laws, the protection of religious identity, limited by the prohibition of religious or traditional practices that violate human rights of any individual, the prohibition of forced isolation of religious groups aiming to protect the group identity, requirements of reasonable accommodation in workplace and school, and group autonomy for religious minorities concentrated in a particular area. Even though the recommendations are not legally binding, they contribute to legitimizing the claims of religious minorities, as well as to influence states and regional organizations regarding the protection of religious minorities' human rights. Concerning the term minority in those documents, although there is no generally accepted concept, United Nations bodies have already made some approaches towards its definition. In spite of this, a working definition for this presentation would incorporate elements from 4 remarkable proposals from Capotorti, Deschenay, Aid, and Divarens. Although nationality, ethnicity, language, and religion tend to overlap, it is possible to identify religious minorities as a separate category within the minority rights regime. A religious minority can be defined as a group of persons resident within a sovereign state, numerically inferior to the rest of the population, in a non-dominant position, whose members possesses a common religion or belief differing from those of the rest of the population, and show a sense of solidarity directed towards preserving their religion or belief, motivated, if only implicitly, by a collective will to survive, and whose aim is to achieve equality with the majority in fact and in law. A person can belong to a religious minority without any requirement of citizenship, residence, official recognition, or any other status. In other words, a religious minority is a minority whose members are united by a common religion or belief. They are distinguished from the rest of the population not in terms of ethnicity or language, but because of the possession of a different or specific religious bond. Concerning the meaning of religion and belief, according to the Human Rights Committee, the ICCPR protects theistic, non-theistic, and atheistic beliefs, as well as the right not to profess any religion or belief. Therefore, the committee interprets the term belief and religion broadly, and for this reason, the protection should not be limited to traditional religions, nor to religions and beliefs with institutional characteristics or practices analogous to those of traditional religions. Minority rights protections certainly complement and enhance the protection granted to religious minorities. In addition to the protections offered by the religious freedom rights, and in spite of these, the enjoyment of minority rights by members of religious groups is challenging and should be realistic and informed. Unlike what happens with national, ethnic, and linguistic minorities, ascribing special rights based on religion manifestly raises issues related to religion-state relations, as international human rights instruments, including the ICCPR, require that legislation, public policies, and administrative measures should respect the freedom of religion as well as the right to equality of the whole population. Greater issues, however, are faced when seeking to empower religious minority with group rights. Each kind of minority group has particularities that should be considered when interpreting the human rights provisions. Accordingly, the United Nations Working Group on Minorities stated that, although the 1992 declaration does not make any distinctions between the categories, this does not exclude the possibility that the needs of the different categories of minorities must be taken into account in the interpretation and application of the various provisions. Under the minority rights regime, the protection of the interests of groups whose members are connected by a religious bond only, i.e. religious minorities, should be person-centered and not group-centered, as they fall into the non-organic group category. To begin with, non-organic groups and organic groups need to be differentiated. The latter category comprises collectivities of human beings, commonly designated as nations or peoples, which share virtually all aspects of life and demand to be treated differentiately ab initio. These groups demand the recognition of autonomy in order to protect their identity, defined by their distinctive cultural, linguistic, ethnic, religious, and other characteristics. Groups that belong to the former category, non-organic, conversely, do not have the same interest in sharing all aspects of life. Their members are primarily concerned about not being discriminated against the mainstream society. While the organic category includes ethnic and national collectivities, which are encompassing groups that claim to be treated as separate peoples within the state or not, the non-organic category comprises other groups, such as women, children, and religious communities, whose members should be recognized as full members of the state's majority people. Regarding organic and non-organic minority groups, both categories are protected under the provisions of Article 6 to 26 of the ICCPR, and especially by its Article 27. However, these provisions do not expressly protect minorities as right holder groups. Although many of the civil and political rights of the ICCPR have a collective dimension, thus jointly held or shared by a set of individuals, for example, the right to freedom of thoughts, conscience, and religion in Article 18, which can be exercised either individually or in community with others, those rights are held by the person, by the member of the group. The idea of the protection of a group as a corporate entity cannot derive from Article 27 itself. This provision requires a person-centered approach, as it protects persons belonging to a minority or members of a group, but not the group as such. It can be said, however, that the protection of a minority as a right holder group within a state's territory is possible only when inferred from the self-determination of peoples, which is provided as a right in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the ICCPR, and as a principle in the United Nations Charter of 1945, with the condition that the minority group falls into the organic category. which means if a given minority group can also be regarded as a nation or a people. Self-determination as a right of the peoples is of particular importance because its realization is an essential condition for the effective guarantee and observance of individual human rights, and for the promotion and strengthening of those rights. It encompasses the freedom to determine a people's political status and the freedom to pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. The first dimension implies that all peoples have the right to determine freely their political status in the international community, and it is exemplified by the liberation of peoples from colonialism and by the prohibition to subject people to alien subjugation, domination, and exploitation. The second dimension comprises the freedom of a people to organize itself, to create its own laws, and to determine its aims and objectives, as long as individual human rights are respected and its elected authorities represent the whole population without distinction as to race, color, descent, nationality, or ethnic origin. Therefore, self-determination is a complex right and grants different levels of emancipation and autonomy, including various forms of political, economic, social, and cultural self-determination. Regarding the current situation of the nations or peoples of the world, it can be said that a people should be entitled to self-determination against the state in which territory it is based when that people still lives under some kind of colonial domination, or when it is so severely persecuted and its human rights so systematically abused that secession is the only viable option. In those cases, this nation or people would form a new state or be annexed to an existing one. However, regardless of the identification of those conditions that would lead to the recognition of independence, some aspects of self-determination shall protect peoples within a given state, a guarantee that is going to be called internal self-determination. Internal self-determination allows for the community to exercise control over its own future and thus survive and thrive within the framework of a legally pre-existing order. It is a central component of a group identity and carries a strong political meaning. Internal self-determination may include cultural autonomy, political participation, and territorial autonomy. These forms of protection are group rights, since they treat a group as a right-bearing corporate entity, ascribing rights to the group as such. A group right would supervene on the rights of individuals, but would not be reducible to an aggregate of individual rights. One example is the rights of indigenous populations, especially in the light of the UN Declaration of 2007 and the OAS Declaration of 2016 on the rights of self-determination of indigenous peoples. With this in mind, the interpretation and application of minority rights and self-determination should take into account the distinctions between organic groups and non-organic groups. The latter category includes religious minorities. The proposed approach could be outlined as the following. Legal treatment of organic minority groups should be based on the right to self-determination combined with the rights of members of minorities, should adopt a group-centered approach that respects individual human rights, aim the protection of the group's independence or relative autonomy, and protect individuals with additional cultural and political rights as consequence of their group membership, and take into account that membership is a matter of belonging, generally based on non-voluntary criteria. Legal treatment of religious non-organic minority groups should be based on the rights to religious freedom and equality, reinforced by the rights of members of minorities, Article 27 of the ICCPR, combined with Article 18 of the same treaty. Adopt a person-centered approach. It should aim the protection of group members against discrimination within the society, the accommodation of religious differences, and the protection of groups' interests as the collective manifestation of individual rights. And finally, it should take into account that membership is generally based on a mix of voluntary and non-voluntary criteria, such as family traditions or cultural environment. As a conclusion, the inclusion of religious groups in the minority rights regime certainly furthers the protection of their interests. However, the rights enshrined in Article 27 should not jeopardize the important elements protected under other human rights standards. Lumping together religion, belief, ethnicity, and other elements of a person or group's identity creates a serious risk of losing out sight some crucial elements of freedom of religion or belief. In this context, the present approach would enhance the protection of the individual and collective interests against external violations while securing the person's human rights against abuses from or within his or her own group. Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Rodrigo, thank you very much. I think I'd like colleagues to ask for comments and questions at the conclusion of both panelists' remarks. So John, if I may, I'd like to turn to you, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lieberman, for the invitation to speak and to the introduction. Let me also thank the organizers, in particular, Dr. De Varenne, but also the Tom Lantos Center for their efforts. Let me also congratulate Mr. Lieberman and the Southern Poverty Law Center for all the tremendous work which you and your organization have done for so long, and the example you set. And let me also congratulate my co-panelist, Professor Elvis, for a quite comprehensive review or overview and trying to thread together complex issues, not only of minorities, but in relation to self-determination and other issues. I'm going to, first of all, I apologize for not speaking in Spanish, which probably is the best way to communicate directly to our predominant audience in our hemisphere. Unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish, but one day maybe I will learn. And so as a minority language speaker in our hemisphere, I'm going to speak English, and I'm grateful for the accommodation of non-English speakers to allow me the opportunity to express myself clearly in a language, in my own language. I'm going to review the normative framework that applies to the protection of minorities in international law, particularly relevant to our hemisphere. And then I'm going to turn to what I think is the crucial question, and is always the crucial question, which is the effective implementation and realization of these rights for persons in their daily lives, which means under the primary responsibility of the state, within the state. I'll come to that secondarily, and then I will make some suggestions, some recommendations for what should be done. So first of all, because Professor Elvis has given such a good overview, I'm going to just pick up some elements and distinguish some in what I think are key or relevant parts. I will comment that Professor Elvis has, I think, shared what I would characterize as a progressive interpretation of the existing hard law, that is to say, binding obligations giving rise to state responsibility, that is to say, a duty between states to implement, where that duty in the breach gives rise to rights on the part of other states to, for example, take countermeasures, seek reparations, and so forth. So, for example, the UN Charter or the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, these are treaties non-respect of them give rise to specific legal obligations between states. Non-accordance with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to Minorities is not a treaty, and it is open to question to which elements might constitute binding obligations. And the predominant view, I think, is that the declaration is not binding in law and therefore does not give rise to state responsibility. So this is an important distinction I just want to draw. That does not mean that that standards, norms and standards which are not technically legally binding are irrelevant or meaningless or can be ignored. There are consequences from these. We sometimes speak about some of these standards or instruments as soft law, meaning that they may not give rise to state responsibility, but they nonetheless guide a coherent and consistent practice, which is at least in the spirit of undertakings or obligations, for example, the full realization of the UN Charter. They may not even amount to soft law, but they may nonetheless give good advice, good guidance, for which states which are acting in good faith, which is an obligation in relations, friendly relations, and under the UN Charter, states acting in good faith should at least countenance this kind of guidance and reflect upon their own policies, laws, and practices with a view to improving their conduct to fulfill the purposes and objects, not only of those norms, but of the UN Charter overall. So what I'm referring to here is, in legal terms, sometimes referred to as the hierarchy of norms, or what, for example, Hans Kelsen, a European jurist, theorized around, and the kind of coherence of conduct, how we can understand each other. So I'm going to quickly say that the protection of minorities in international law is a mixture of instruments, and whether treaties or declarations or guidance notes or recommendations and so forth, and practices, what are broadly considered to be consistent, or a kind of evolving, what I will also call soft jurisprudence, not necessarily legally binding decisions of, for example, courts, but views of expert bodies, such as the United Nations Human Rights Committee or other instruments, other institutions, which again indicate what should be, if not what shall be. This mixture includes challenges of coherence, and we heard Professor Elvis try to round the square, or sort of the, for example, between what is a people, what is a minority, and so forth. It is well known that there's no explicit definition in international law and public international law, or any specific instrument to which I'm aware, either of what constitutes a minority per se, nor what constitutes a peoples per se, and definitely not nation. A nation, which in my view is not a legal term in international law, not although it does occur in the UN Charter. So we're kind of in this gray zone of trying to understand coherently. What we do know is that the hard law instruments, the UN Charter, are quite specific, that all human beings are to be treated and enjoy equal rights and freedoms and indignity, and that they should not endure discrimination. And the discrimination, the prohibited discrimination, is even more precisely stated on certain grounds in the UN Charter. So we know that that's the kind of hard law foundation from which, for example, subsequent instruments evolve. And that was a watershed in the development of international relations. I mean, before 1945, there was no universal obligation with regard to the protection of minorities. The League of Nations did not speak. If you check the chart of the League of Nations, there was no reference at all to to human rights, for example. There was, of course, a discussion of national minorities, a particular paradigm and concept of a European origin. So the UN Charter is a watershed, and this idea of human rights is profoundly important. And it was elaborated, you may know, in San Francisco in 1945, the Latin Americans proposed the inclusion of a declaration, or rather a list of rights for the Charter. It was not accepted at the time, but it gave rise almost immediately to the work of the Commission on Human Rights, as it was initially called, to elaborate the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was adopted in 1948. And that Declaration of Human Rights, which is not itself a legally binding instrument, but it is explicitly an elaboration pursuant to the UN Charter. So it's definitely rooted in the Charter as a treaty. And the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, again, kind of like the League of Nations, does not mention minorities, which is kind of shocking because that was a preoccupation at the end of the Second World War, of course, in the light of the Holocaust and so forth. But it does list a set of rights and obligations which are specifically relevant to minorities, those who are in disadvantaged position, among others, protection of religious freedom, rights to education, including their own administration, and so forth. So we already got an idea of, let me say, the focus of content, of relevant content for minorities, even if we didn't have a specific delineation of who were these minorities. We also know that this content, as Professor Elvis has outlined, both are relevant and to be enjoyed by individuals, persons individually belonging to minorities, and to the group as such, because some of these freedoms or rights as freedoms, a right to be free in certain regard, can only be understood and realized practically through a group. Certain religious elements, it's not just the freedom of thought inside the so-called internal element of belief in our heads, but for example, religious practices and even religious codes, canonic law, and so forth. But certainly, for example, communications, freedom of and education, we can't practically imagine, for example, that an individual owns their own broadcasting system for their personal consumption, or their own brick and mortar school for their personal education, that these are things which are only meaningfully done collectively, and some of them which can be in no other means understood. For example, participation in certain social or collective decision-making cannot be done instrumentally. For example, the entire population of my country does not sit in a single parliament or body to make decisions. We have representation, and therefore there is some group dynamic or instrumentalization that is unavoidable. Now, some of these content elements, as I say, are particularly relevant to minorities, and therefore certain other instruments, certain treaties, so hard law instruments, are specifically relevant to persons belonging to minorities. For example, the International Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, which does not define a race in the generic sense of biological origin, which is a kind of dubious and odious notion from a human rights perspective, but it defines race in ethno-cultural terms. So it directly relates to kinds of minorities who are typically discriminated against and sometimes subjected to overt exclusionary practices. And therefore, for example, not only some of the prohibitions of treatment, the protections, but also some of the rights under the Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination are especially germane for persons belonging to minorities. But there are other instruments which we could talk about in detail, for example, relating to religious communities and so forth. In short, let me say that there are certain areas of life which relate to, and Professor Elvis has mentioned, identity and development, which clarify for us what is broadly meant and protected on the part of minorities under international law. In other words, not all persons who are minorities numerically vis-a-vis a majority community within a society. For example, sexual minorities are to my knowledge, not explicitly protected with specific minority rights. They are protected against discrimination on the basis of gender or sex. They are ensured certain free and equal opportunity. But if we look at the protected content of minority rights, these essentially relate to certain limited kinds of minorities. And this is explicitly set out in the UN Declaration, not on the protection of minorities, we often skip it, but on the protection of national or ethnic, linguistic, and religious minorities, specifically limited to those minorities. And this is especially relevant when we look at the content of the protection. Professor Elvis has mentioned the Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. Well, of course, it's not only that instrument, and I will add, and I'm sure he would have intended to add, for example, Article 30 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which is almost a verbatim repetition of Article 27 of the Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. And of course, we know that even a child is a human being for the purposes of the Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. But we know that what matters here are two things. One is that the Convention on the Rights of the Child is almost universally ratified. Only the United States of America is not a ratified party. It is a signatory, but not a ratified party. Therefore, Article 30 is actually virtually the universal detailed starting point for the protection of minorities in international law. But that instrument, that convention, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, has certain other crucially important normative provisions. For example, that the best interests of the child should prevail in all decision-making. That's, for example, not in the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. So I think this is important, especially when we start to look at a further detailing of what those provisions mean. Professor Elvis has given us a very good understanding of Article 27 of the Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. But we can look to general recommendations of the supervisory bodies under both of those treaties, which have elaborated on content, specifically the Human Rights Committee under the Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, which has clarified things such as Professor Elvis mentioned, for example, that non-citizens are covered, as would make sense. Human rights apply to all human beings, not to citizens. That was a whole fundamental distinction at the end of the Second World War. Not only citizens are beneficiaries of human rights, but the other elements are specifically important. We also know that there's been evolving, as I say, soft jurisprudence, a series of views from the committees responsible for these instruments, which have elaborated or expounded upon the content. I want to reference a few other important foundational instruments. Article 1 of the UN Declaration, of course, refers to the right to exist. And this idea of existence is, of course, conceptually primordial, but it's also really logically sensible before we can talk about kind of full lives and dignity and freedom. And therefore, I want to reference the Genocide Convention because, the day before the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted on 10th of December, 1948, the UN adopted the Convention on the Prohibition and, sorry, I'm forgetting the correct word, the Genocide Convention. And it's very clear that in the definition of the scope of application of the Genocide Convention, to whom it applies to groups. It doesn't use the word minority because it doesn't care whether the group is in minority or majority position, numerically or in kind of power structure, any group, but then it clarifies what kind of group, ethnic, linguistic, cultural, religious, those groups, the same as the minorities we're talking about, they are positively protected against any policy or practice or even idea, elaborated concept to eliminate the group as such, to commit genocide. So, for example, if we look at most genocides in the world, I think they are predominantly against identifiable minority groups. There have been cases otherwise. And here it is actually important to note that there are some groups that we may conflate with minorities because they look like minorities, but they are not quite minorities. For example, if we look right now today, the terrible conduct in Guatemala, in our hemisphere, against the indigenous communities, well, of course, the indigenous communities in Guatemala are an overwhelming majority of population, as was, for example, the Black and non-white, if I can use that distinction, the communities in South Africa. I forget the number, it was 7 or 9 distinguished groups under apartheid, but the predominant communities were majorities actually in South Africa. And so they looked like they were similar minorities because they were oppressed systematically, they were denied their rights and so forth. But technically they are not minorities. They are, we might say they are in similar position, but they might be in the position of a majority. The Genocide Convention doesn't care. And I think that's an important point to keep in mind. What does matter for all of these groups, for example, are rights of participation. And these are specifically protected because I think the essence, if we think about the essence of the normative framework, it's about voice and control over one's life. It's about the spirit, the shared universal spirit to have the ability to determine and pursue one's needs, interests, and aspirations on an equal basis with anyone else. And therefore not to be prohibited in the first place, but also to be equally facilitated. And therefore there are undertakings relating to minority rights, which are both about protection, but also promotion, that person belonging minorities should have a full and effective equality in fact and in law, and also with opportunity, equal opportunity as a person belonging to majorities. Now, whether or not minorities may or may amount to a peoples for purposes of self-determination and so forth, that's a related but distinct discussion. And my own view is that, of course, they may, but they often do not. And that's really a question of specific context, and we could discuss it. So certainly, for example, indigenous peoples who do, according to contemporary international law, also enjoy a right to self-determination. What that content is, and are some of these indigenous peoples minorities or majorities? Overwhelmingly, they are in a position of a minority. We would say they are also minorities, but sometimes they're in majority position. And sometimes that progression changes depending on context. For example, Kosovars in former Yugoslavia, former Serbia, were definitely a minority, were considered actually Albanians were considered actually a nationality, I believe, or Muslims actually technically were called a nationality under the paradigm of former Yugoslavia. But then many people believe they became a people for purposes of self-determination because of systemic and persistent persecution and oppression. So in other words, we can imagine a kind of evolution or a elastic concept. Now, some of this has become more specific, including in legal terms, in some parts of the world. So we have to acknowledge that in Europe, there's a much thicker developed normative framework, more instruments, more treaties, more bodies, and even in terms of jurisprudence, not just soft jurisprudence, but hard jurisprudence, binding decisions. For example, the European Court of Human Rights, of the Court of Justice of the European Union, to take certain topics for, just to make it precise. For example, the right to your name, to personal names, these have been determined to be binding legal rights of everyone, including persons belonging to minorities, for example, under the jurisprudence of the Court of Justice of the European Union. So we can see it more developed and so forth. The last thing I'll say normatively is that the state in all of these undertakings is under an obligation to act. So the state can't just say, yeah, we think that's nice and we vote in favor of it at the UN, and then we ignore the implication. The whole notion of good faith among states is that the state must then conduct itself in a manner which is consistent with these undertakings, which is really a matter of fulfilling their own sovereignty, within their own state, their own laws, their own policies and practices, but that the state should take those steps, and that's also follows, for example, under Article 26 of the Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, which prohibits discrimination on any policy or any law or any program or any practice. One has to take into account the potential discriminatory effects, and therefore the state must ensure equal, full lives and dignity and rights for everyone. Now, quickly to turn to the domestic level, and I'll be much more brief here. What we know on a universal basis and also within our own hemisphere, that the actual implementation of this broad normative framework is varied and inconsistent. Not only from a conceptual perspective, but definitely in terms of specific practices. It's very difficult to say, and I would argue that the argument of customary international law obligations regarding minorities is very thin or very limited, because the practices are so varied and there are such different disagreements. But we certainly would say that the idea of a right to exist, the prohibition of genocide, is not only universal, it is a jus cogens, it's a peremptory norm. States may not adopt policies, laws, or practices which either by object or effect essentially go to the elimination of a group. Moreover, I would say that the idea that person belonging minorities have a fundamental right to participate in the economic, political lives of their societies, I think is broadly accepted. How they are to realize that is not broadly, it's very much varied. Now, if we look at the implementation of this, that's where we start to look at, for example, everything from the form of the state. And we know that we have a number of, for example, federal states. Professor Elvis comes from a federal state. Brazil, so do I, Canada, so does Mr. Lieberman, the United States of America, Mexico's a federal state, and so forth. So the structure of the state, its decentralized decision-making, may contribute to the better or worse enjoyment of minorities. It is not a panacea, because, I mean, I can tell you from my own country in Canada, we now have major questions, for example, in the province of Quebec, adopting laws which clearly discriminate against certain communities in a minority position, like religious minorities explicitly, but also linguistic minorities. And of course, we have to remember here, and one of the contributions of our hemisphere was the Montevideo Convention on the definition of the state, which makes very clear, and it is broadly accepted, that that a federal state is not a basis to escape obligations of international law. So you may have a loose federal structure like Canada, but that does not permit the sub-state entity, a province or a state or a local administrative unit, to ignore or escape obligations of the state at international law. That's something we need to look at in our hemisphere specifically, because I think there are really big issues about how certain provinces or certain states are conducting themselves. I think in the United States, they have similar issues with regard also, for example, linguistic rights. There are, English only laws and things like that, which are very problematical. I think this underlines that it is not enough to declare or even succeed in getting a ratification to an international instrument. We really, which is really a kind of agreement at a high level of what should be, but we need to look now at how to realize what should be, the kind of practices that work. And I have just a few things to say about that, and then I'll conclude. The first is we really need much greater dissemination and comparative analysis of minorities and minority rights and so forth, specifically in our hemisphere. I would argue we are rather behind in the Americas, the practices of some other parts of the world, certainly far behind the European developed experience. We can learn, but there are probably specific elements and innovations from our own hemisphere which we should look at, things we do well and so forth. But I think we have to start with dissemination. We need this to be much more broadly understood and better understood. And we should look at comparative practices, effective practices. I personally don't like the terminology of best practices, which assumes something is, perfect somewhere. All circumstances are, quite unique or particular. I think what we need to look at is what works in various situations, and we can learn from that, including innovations. Technology has changed things a lot, for example, with regard to linguistic rights, where things which were very difficult and costly in the past are now very easy and inexpensive through technology. So, arguments about relative burden no longer are as meaningful, and actually things which were not possible are now possible. Finally, I want to say about mechanisms. If we look at minority rights as a category, or the protection of minorities in international law, it really screams out for effective mechanisms, both at the international and domestic level, and that is really a kind of shame. We have very few, other than the special rapporteur, for whom we're grateful to, and this tiny little occasional couple days a year at the forum, United Nations Forum in Geneva, there's basically no place to go, no recourse at the universal level, and no body other than the treaty bodies. There's no body specifically dedicated to address minority issues. That means there's no recourse. If you're a disgruntled or you feel you're oppressed and so forth, where do you go? How do you project yourself? And this is true at the domestic level. And here I'll just say that the European example, lessons they learned in developing, the European Union and peace and stability in Europe, was that, for example, the Copenhagen criteria for enlargement from 1993 in the European Council says that states, in order to become European states, must respect minorities and settle their relations with their neighboring states. So in other words, a precondition for stability and development relates to addressing these foundational issues. I think it's a kind of thing we might want to talk about in our hemisphere also, because many minorities are transfrontier communities, and we need to look at that. The second thing that the EU directive says, the EU adopted many years later, is a directive, a few years later, is a directive which says every member state of the European Union must have dedicated legislation and a dedicated instrument, a body like a ombudsperson or something that deals with non-discrimination and equality. And I think that's right. If we don't have a specifically tasked entity to act, we are probably not going to be successful at the domestic level. So I'll just conclude my recommendations. I have 5 of them. My first recommendation is that we must enhance purposefully and broadly the dissemination of minority rights and protection in our hemisphere. Second of all, we must support comparative experiences and kind of what works so that we can learn from each other. My third recommendation is that we need to create at the domestic level mechanisms of effective implementation, and that means dedicated ones specifically on the topic, which include recourses. My fourth recommendation is that I believe we need a new international recourse. I mean, the special rapporteur he responds to some complaints, but he's not a judicial or even quasi-judicial body. We need a standing international mechanism on this topic. And my fifth one won't surprise you. My fifth recommendation for all of the previous 4 is we need adequate funding. There's very little money for any of this. And each of these needs to be supported. And I think whether it's creating a fund or simply financing adequately these elements, I think is essential. Otherwise, we will remain talking and not acting to fulfill our shared goals. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you.
John, thank you very much. And thanks also, John, for good words about SPLC's work over the years. Let me add that my talented colleague, Lisa Borden, the Senior Policy Counsel for SPLC, who leads our international advocacy, is also part of this call, and I'm delighted to have her here too. We've had two thoughtful presentations. It has sparked questions that I have. I see that there's a number of participants that also have formed a queue for comments and questions, and I'd like to turn to them now, starting with Alisa, if you will.
¿Cómo cambio aquí esto?
Obrigada. Primeiramente,
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for being able to speak on my own language, speaking Portuguese. And I am very happy. I'm very happy, John Packer. And I really would like to say that we do agree. And Brazil, as minorities here, I can speak for the gypsies in Brazil, the Romani. And the exclusion, the digital exclusion, has been devastating for us. So we could be accessing all of the protocols. So we need the language to be more clear and more easier, more accessible, let's say, to all of us. And the right to exist must, let's say, and I resemble to I say again that Brazil is not going through the best moment in human rights and respecting the human rights, and in respect to the minorities, it's not our best moment, and I emphasize that. And I do miss other minority groups here to be able to say this in this space where we can be heard. And I thank you so much for the attention of the repertoire, because we had an absurd advance in progress in these years of pandemic that was horrible, but being able to be in contact with the special repertoire was outstanding. It was incredible. It was a milestone, especially in several of our demands that we had. The recognition of the Romani Holocaust and the Porrajimo and Sojari Pena, as you would call, would be extremely important as well. But we need this to reach. Well, Brazil needs to be forced to respect those recommendations. And successively, we should respect our existence. Brazil should respect our existence in our religious beliefs and rights. There is a big problem with the media. Media has been having lots of fake news and all of that. Well, we have to update into the current context. And that affects the minority groups because it comes as a bomb to us. But the minorities cannot respond as fast as they can, reply as fast as they can. And the observers, please expand this hearing process and this participation. We had here this wonderful opportunity of the civil society producing the qualified hearing process, and with these we had 2 legislations approved. Of course, that in previous governments. In the current government, as our current president said before, the minorities should obey the majorities, and we have day after day fought for this reality not becoming worse than already is. And I would like to conclude thanking and acknowledging and thanking you all for the opportunity to be here, but using a Paputsa sentence, saying that is a Romani poet that said, "Don't hear them, don't listen to them, listen to us." The participation of the civil society should be expanded, and the governments should not tell us who we are. But we ourselves should have the conditions to in our flags, in our countries, to be recognized. Our ethnical minorities and our languages in our flag should be recognized. So we should we should be healthy and we should be free. Thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you for that comment, Rodrigo. John, would you like to respond? John, do you
I
want to
would
start?
just say I agree with Elisa. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I would like to react to that. Michael, may I do that in Portuguese? Is that okay for the translators? Okay, the interpreters? Okay, thank you. Elisa, muito obrigado.
Elisa, thank you so much for your considerations, for your words, and it's very impacting, your participation here. My reaction would be especially in relation to the challenge of digital inclusion. I believe that most of the institutions have been offering broad access, digital access to the ombudsman and the legal institution that also has been giving possibilities of legal digital processes and lawsuits and petitioning for the legal processes. But this same process of digital transformation that expands this space, that broadens the space and the accessibility, it's also very restrictive. Because we know that, especially in the Latin American context, and speaking on behalf of Brazil, the internet access lots of times needs to be using smartphones. And we don't have a previous process of digital literacy. So the digital transformation that could have or has the potential of becoming a tool of inclusion for the different minorities that have the human right abused can become a restriction, a tool of restriction, when people cannot go there presentially and personally to a public institution to demand their rights, and they have difficulties to access the digital means that was developed to become easier. So we saw this during the pandemics, the migration of petitioning for the online and digital world, and the lack of personal and presential services limited the access of lots of people to their rights. So I do agree that we do need that the digital transformation process must be followed by a digital inclusion process with the digital literacy and the expansion of access to equipment and to means to demand our rights and their rights.
Perfect.
Very good. Let me add my thanks also to the interpreters and also to the sign language interpreter. Very much appreciate that. Chief, you're next with the question.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the panelists for your presentations. Very well informed. I have a comment, actually. I want to talk a little bit about our government here in Canada has a colonial policy, which they call the Indian Act. And only those who are eligible under that policy are recognized as Indigenous peoples. So in Canada, we also have adopted the UNDRIP in principle, and it's gone through legislation. The problem is with the UNDRIP with Canada is that because of the colonial policy, over 80% of the Indigenous peoples here in Canada are not recognized because we don't fall under the Indian Act. Now in Canada, 80% of us are non-status and we live off the reserve. Now, when we're talking about the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, it doesn't talk about whether you're in our country, whether you're on reserve or off reserve. It doesn't talk about whether you're a status or a non-status. It talks about Indigenous peoples. And here in our country, and especially with my group, we went to the highest court in Canada, which is the Supreme Court of Canada, through our Daniels decision, which clearly states that we are Indians, because that's what we're called under our Constitution. And our government still doesn't want to recognize those who don't fall under their colonial policies. So I'm really appreciative of given the opportunity to address this forum, to look at where and how we could move forward. We feel that we're being discriminated because we don't fall within the Indian Act. Not only that, in the Atlantic provinces of Canada, we have treaties signed back to 1725. And specifically in our 1752 treaty, it was signed by the nation of the Mi'kmaq. And in that treaty, they protected the Mi'kmaq nation by saying that treaty is for and to be acknowledged for the heirs to the heirs to the heirs forever. And that is stated in our 1752 treaty. Having said that, our government doesn't want to recognize our treaty right because we're not under the colonial policy. So I'm looking to this forum on how and we could move forward with this. And I really appreciate, John, your recommendations, especially the one on new international mechanisms to help with the discrimination. And I think that also adequate funding, for example, our bands and our chiefs on federal created Indian Act reserves during our pandemic, there was a number of dollars giving out to the chiefs and the bands because they fall within the colonial policy. The Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, which is my national organization, well, let me go back. The bands were given, say, for example, they were given millions of dollars, and we're talking probably about 10 million or more. The government offered us, with 80% of our population, 250,000 over the course of all of us. And unfortunately, we had to go to court to say that's not enough. You're discriminating because of where we chose to live. We're affected by the pandemic just as much as our brothers and sisters on the reservations. So they did come back and offered us 5 million. You know, that's a big choice from 250,000 for the whole country and to move it up to $5 million. And at the time I said, I am not going to pick and choose what child I'm going to feed with $25,000 for our province. So even though, you know, Canada says that they're working with Indigenous peoples, they're leaving out over 80% of the Indigenous population. And I turn to this forum for help on how we can stop the discrimination here in our country. Again, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak with you, all of you here today. And I hope that you know, there can be some solutions. Thank you.
John, I invite you. I think you're uniquely qualified to have a thought or two on this issue.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, Chief Augustine, for raising these questions. I mean, these are, from an international law perspective, some degree of complexity. As I mentioned before, the distinctions between indigeneity, peoples, minorities, and so forth. But my view is that they're actually fairly clear in international law. They might not be quite what you think, and I'll explain about this in briefly. So first of all, my view is that the Indian Act per se is a racist instrument. Its conception and its articulation and its application is nothing but racist. And I mean, at the very minimum, discriminatory. And so I think, you know, that it continues to be a fundamental basis of the legal approach is itself, you know, telling. So this is a first thing. The second thing I would say in international law, by the way, racism, of course, as a political project and as a policy is odious in international law. It is, apartheid and so on. This is prohibited, actually, racist regimes, and is a basis per se of the right of self-determination. It is one of the clearly three bases which Professor Elvis has mentioned. So we know that. Now, we also know that who belongs to a group is clearly established as a matter of self-identification. So a state or public actor may not ascribe unilaterally membership to or against inclusion or exclusion of groups. That a group itself identifies its constituent members. That is the base of it. I'm sure you know that you know it inherently, instinctively from your own community. And if you think about it, even practically, it makes sense. It's kind of absurd for an external actors to start to say who is and isn't. Of course, the rationale for external ascription is precisely to grant benefits to some and disadvantage to others. That's the instrumentality of external ascription. So this is a second thing. I happen to, first of all, I think the Daniels decision is a laudable decision. A colleague of mine, Professor Joseph Magnet, was a counsel in it. I think it's a great decision of the Canadian Supreme Court, but it has not been fully grasped in its implications. As you mentioned, not only the high percentage of non-status or non-reservation Indian or Indigenous peoples under the Indian Act, but just in terms of its conceptual basis. If we understand what Daniel said, again, we would draw the right conclusion. The Indian Act itself is a problem, and in terms of the fiduciary obligation of the state towards all such persons, irrespective of their peculiar position, especially if that position is the result of the state putting them in that position. So I think this is another thing. And what I would suggest and urge is that Daniel jurisprudence be pursued by Indigenous communities on specific issues like health, like education, and so on. Really go after the state, invoking Daniel's jurisprudence and seeking to change the practices at the moment until the state. Now, the last thing I'll say is two things. The thing that may be controversial for you is that the notion of nation and nation to nation and treaties, which I know are very important from an Indigenous perspective, in international law, they do not apply to such agreements. I'll read for you the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, which is a really core instrument of all international law. It's considered to be a codification of ancient law, what constitutes a treaty in international relations. And Article 1 of the Vienna Convention on Law of Treaties says that the present convention applies to treaties between states. And Article 2 on definition immediately says a treaty means an international agreement concluded between states in written form and governed by international law. So there are issues here about treaties. I'm not saying that they are not meaningful or not even legally significant in terms of Indigenous groups. I'm just saying that they may not be reliable at international law. They are still reliable under, for example, Canadian law. Our own Supreme Court has affirmed this because the Crown relied upon them. And in good faith, therefore, there are agreements between the state, in this case Canada, previously the United Kingdom, and certain communities, and what we now call Indigenous, used to call them Aboriginal, used to call them whatever, but I'm just saying that this notion of nations and treaty, it's a forewarning. Be careful, because in international law between states, this is not what is meant, and it will not be supported by other states. They will reject it. And my own view is that this kind of nation-to-nation conceptual framework is not that helpful. What's much more, for example, if I think about an Inuit community, you know, you have small numbers of people. I think this is true of many other indigenous groups, small numbers of people whose kind of economy of scale, dispersion, what they're struggling to do, for example, linguistic rights, is so challenging that what matters here is to look at the factual situation and say, what would a full life in dignity and freedom and respect actually mean for these people? And I think it's more kind of practical to talk about concretely. This is the same of the Child and Family Services case that was brought in the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal about the education, unequal education opportunity and health opportunities of children. I argued this for 25 years. I used to be a UN staff member in Geneva, and I used to say, why are you not just challenging the factual discrimination? Because it's clear. And so go, if you address these kind of things, then I think you get further. Because if you get into nation to nation, you're going to get into what the Quebec thinks, what the other groups think, because Alberta now say. I think it's problematical. That's my advice, and it's not supported at public international law. So that's all I'll say. I'm sorry to take so long, but these are kind of complicated issues.
Excellent. Rodrigo, you want to add as well?
Well, I'll just add one very brief comment regarding the recognition of indigenous peoples, as Professor Becker brilliantly explained the criteria of self-determination. And I recalled the provision in one convention that was not signed nor ratified by Canada, that is the Convention 169 of the International Labour Organization, which starts by presenting to which group it is applied. So there you can find some explanation about what, for the purpose of the convention, what should be an indigenous people. And being in the same geographical area, it's not a requirement. So the convention provides for a group right to land, although it not imposes a group duty to stay in the land. So there is a difference between the right to land and duty to stay in the land. Although if the group is not in the same land, of course, it has implications for the exercise of self-determination, because it wouldn't be possible to have some of the dimensions implemented, which are connected to the same area, geographical area. But it seems to be an important international treaty regarding this topic, although I think only 25 countries have ratified it.
Thank you. Ariel, you're up next. The floor is yours.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Un gusto. ¿Se me escucha?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you so much for this space. I'd like to thank the rapporteur and all of the entities organizing the present forum. And I am a representative of the communities in all the continents, or presidents in 8 countries in the region. And my institution talks about the strengthening of ways of life in Latin America and promotion of human rights, combat to hate speech and discrimination. And in our part, what we think is missing is focusing on the discrimination in our region and in minorities, and countries need to have legal frameworks condemning discrimination as a crime, and many countries are lacking this. And along those lines, within the regulatory framework, it's very important to have institutions within the executive power to bring forth the theme of discrimination, and not to have it reduced to the legal framework, but also an agenda within Congress to promote diversity. And also education should be a fundamental tool. The states need to have education public policies of education to recognize minorities, promote plural and diverse societies, and focus on human rights. We understand that Latin America has a great diversity of legal frameworks in terms of discrimination. We have countries where the legislation anti-discrimination exists, and where there are bodies in charge of this, but there are countries that do not count with any type of legislation or regulation in terms of discrimination. So these are not offenses per se. And I think this meeting is very important so that we are able to celebrate the 30 years of the Declaration of the Rights of Minorities. And that's why it's so essential to bring forth the anti-discrimination agenda to the space.
Who would like to begin on that?
I'll just quickly say two things. First of all, it's absolutely true that many states do not have dedicated legislation or effective instruments to combat discrimination. I want to emphasize that discrimination is kind of a foundational element important for minorities, but not enough. There is a position of some states like France that refuses to acknowledge there even exist minorities, and their argument is that if there is simply non-discrimination rigorously, then everything is fine, a so-called level playing field. We know that concept is false, that because on a level playing field, if you are born without legs, you're not going to play football very successfully. You're going to need some help. So the point is that minorities are usually in a naturally disadvantaged position by numbers, by their character and so forth. So they need more than non-discrimination, and that's the idea of equality, full and effective equality, and that means something must be done to help them. So I agree with the speaker that those states that do not have any kind of legislative or policy framework in this regard are lacking and need to change that. But I do want to say in this connection that most states, I remember several years ago, I think in the Georgia Journal of International Law, a former colleague of mine, Hurst Hannum at the Fletcher School, he published an article showing that about 75% of the states of the world had the Universal Declaration of Human Rights one way or another in their constitution or many provisions. And I think this is at least still true. So we can look to provisions within the Constitution that may not explicitly refer to minorities, but do speak about equality, non-discrimination, rights to enjoy, opportunity and so forth. So these should be kind of interpreted and applied in that spirit. And in this connection, what's really important in our hemisphere is that a large number of Latin American and Central American states, if not all of them, actually follow the principle of monism. And they have, in other words, a legal theory that there's only one order of law, and international law applies directly. It has direct effect. It can be invoked before constitutional courts, Supreme Courts, and so forth. So if there are states in the Latin American, Central American monist tradition in our hemisphere that do not have adequate legislation and so forth, then I would encourage lawyers and groups, advocacy groups, simply to invoke the international obligations directly to those states. In the non-monist, in Canada, the United States of America, and some common law countries in the Caribbean, then there needs to be an active incorporation. There needs to be some domestic law, but that's just another stage of advocacy. So yeah, I think, in other words, I think that what the speaker has identified, though it is true, it can be kind of countered or partly rectified.
Muchísimas gracias. Sí, coincido y igualmente creo que lo que pasa en muchos casos es que la legislación internacional para las personas que sufren.
Thank you so much. Now, in relation to the international legislation, I believe that the international legislation for people that have discrimination issues, and they must have a space in the legislation to be able to access their own rights. Thank you so much.
Can I add here, I hear what Ariel is talking about in terms of law, legislation. normative rules. The United States and Brazil too, I think, Rodrigo, do not have a national human rights institution, an institution devoted to upholding or adopting or incorporating international legal norms. And I'm wondering, maybe Rodrigo, if you will start, what is the role of those institutions? How effective? John does not like the concept of best practices, but in terms of comparative practices, how important is a national human rights institution? Is there an effort? If I am wrong, please correct me on Brazil. Maybe other countries in Latin America also lack this, but I'm wondering, and certainly this is something that SPLC and my colleague Lisa Borden have been advocating for. What is the thinking on the comparative value of these national human rights institutions? Rodrigo, will you start?
Well, Michael, we do have institutions that deal with human rights issues, promote human rights, oversee human rights compliance, but within the executive branch, there is a ministry of, well, actually the name has been changed like 3 or 4 times in the past 10 years. So, but there is a body within the federal government that aims to deal with human rights issues. Also at state levels, there are ministries or secretariats that deal with human rights issues as well. But I would say that the most important institutions that promote and aim to protect human rights, a governmental institution, is the prosecutors or the prosecutor's office. So usually the prosecutor's office at state level and federal level, there is a branch within it that aims to protect and promote human rights and hold public officers and other entities accountable for human rights violations. In terms of ratification of treaties, of course, it is through the National Congress, but Brazil has ratified most of the human rights treaties. And more recently, the human rights treaties have gained constitutional status. So some of the treaties have the same level as constitutional amendments, such as the recently ratified Convention Against Racism, the Inter-American Convention, as well as the International Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So there are some bodies, but they're not effective as expected, of course, but there is a potential to establish dialogue, even internationally. And within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there is also a human rights body within the ministry that is responsible for dealing with human rights issues as well.
John, in your experience, national human rights institutions, a comparative practice that should be adopted? If you had a 6th recommendation, would perhaps that be one of the recommendations you would think about?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, that's implicitly what I meant when I said a dedicated institution. I mean such a body, and I was a little vague because they can comprise different things. Something like an ombudsperson, it could be a commission, it could be an individual who's tasked like a czar. I think in the US you talk about a czar, for certain problems and things like that. But you need some place, somebody who's not like generally responsible. In my experience, when things are kind of consumed or mixed up in general, opportunity, someone could do this, that's not good enough. You need, for example, within the UN system, I remember under Kofi Annan, he did a survey of, who was involved specifically in conflict prevention. And of course, everyone and their dog in the system claimed they're all doing conflict prevention. The question is there someone whose job it is And the answer was no. No one whose specific job was conflict prevention. And we might not be surprised then why there are so many conflicts. So what we know, and I'll say this a bit more explicitly, I've been involved in creating national institutions for protection of rights in many countries, ombudspersons, commissions, and there are increasingly in constitutional levels what we call the fourth branch. So not the executive, because the executive functions under order and it's based on political terms, political instruction, right? You know, in Brazil, let me say bluntly, under Mr. Bolsonaro at the moment, that's obviously problematical. So the executive or the judiciary, which or the legislature. The problem with the judiciary is it is reactive, and there are huge hurdles to go to the judiciary. The judiciary does not act proactively; it acts in response to applications or contestations. So the advantage of what's called the fourth branch, institutions which are none of those three, but have public interest duties, such as law commissions, commissions on the status of women, labor boards, traffic bodies. More and more countries have these institutions even in their constitutions, sometimes transitional bodies in constitutional change. An important one, which the United States doesn't have, and I understand it's problematical, is an elections commission. Another one is a public civil service commission that, you know, doesn't act for the executive and isn't judicial, and so forth and so on. So I think there needs to be one that works on minority issues. And the reason why it's important is because it's none of the three, but it has public interest obligations. And that means they have proactive duties and they don't have hurdles of accessibility. You don't have to pay to ask the ombudsman. You don't have to get a lawyer to go to, you know, courts have so many obstacles. And with due respect to the rather litigious experience in our cousin, the Americans south of the border, you know, I don't think it's a good model, particularly for minorities. So that would be my suggestion, is definitely, and by the way, more of them is better. Even the idea that you need one, I would say you need several. For example, in Canada, we have 17 federal ombudsmen. We have ones for the military, one for the civil service, one for you know, different bodies. You want to have what I call fat democracy. You want to have not just a skeletal democracy with, you know, the basic institutions. You want to have lots of entities that are really massaging the full participation and the benefits of participatory popular democratic society. And that means minorities specifically must not only be protected, but they must have facilities for their full enjoyment of rights and so forth. So yeah, I'm a big advocate.
Thank you. Let me turn next to my colleague, Lisa.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you so much to the panelists for the very interesting and thought-provoking discussion that we've had so far. My comments or questions are primarily in response to something that Professor Packer was talking about. You mentioned the much more robust framework for human rights protection in Europe compared with the Americas. And during his opening remarks, the Special Rapporteur had talked about the global trend of regression away from the protection of minority rights. And I think we can see that in Europe. For example, there's a bill currently pending in the UK to repeal the Human Rights Act and to withdraw from the jurisdiction of the European Court of Human Rights. And I think you mentioned also in France, there's really sort of a rejection of the whole concept of minorities and minority rights. So I'm wondering, given the comparatively weak framework that exists in the Americas, is there a concern that development and ratification of a new treaty on minority rights could sort of fall into that, the problem that we already have of either weak uptake of instruments? For example, in the Inter-American Commission, very few countries have ratified the treaties that were mentioned earlier on the protection of on racial discrimination and against general discrimination and tolerance. or in the UN system, ratification of instruments that then really are not implemented or, very weakly implemented. Is there a concern that a new treaty would just fall into that same problem if we don't first focus on promoting stronger uptake and stronger implementation and enforcement of the instruments that exist? And you also mentioned the issue of funding, and certainly in the Americas, Inter-American Commission, severely underfunded. So do we need to also focus our efforts on developing adequate funding so that there can be oversight of implementation, so that a new treaty doesn't just become fallow?
Who wants to start on this?
I'll jump in. So first of all, thank you for the question, and I'll say straight out that I think the world needs a new treaty, and I'm hesitant to suggest that. And actually, I will admit that many years ago I did argue against that, but I think that kind of the evolution of where we are. I mean, I argued against that at the end of the Cold War when there was a hopeful period and many things were, developing with the goodwill of actors and in a kind of positive trajectory. At least in the last 10, possibly 20 years, things have gone the opposite way. I mean, Freedom House, I think for 16 consecutive years now has reported, the decline of democracies and so forth. So I do think, but I also thought, and I actually wrote some advice to Minority Rights Group International at the time, saying not to pursue it because it could have kind of undermining effects. Almost undoubtedly, we will get a lowest common denominator, for example, not the kind of things we aspire to, but we might end up with some obtuse things. So that's what I argued. I now believe the opposite. I now believe that, things can't get much worse, but they are getting worse. And I think that, and I know that these processes take a long time. They take many years, if not decades. The Rome Convention statute on the International Criminal Court was an exception in a kind of positive period at the end of the 1990s. It was very fast, but mostly these instruments take 20 years to elaborate in governmental terms. And I think we need to begin the conversation why this matters and so forth. We have to have our eyes open. Developing the norms themselves is a laborious matter. And it is not at all the same thing as their effective implementation. We really have to get that in our heads. The fact that states may eventually agree to something doesn't mean they're going to do it. That's a whole other thing to do. And we are living in this period of shamelessness and backtracking and all the rest of it. I think nonetheless, there's enough people looking around the world. If we look at most of the armed conflicts in the world, for example, according to the Uppsala University in Sweden's database on violent conflicts, more than half of international conflicts are self-determination issues, and about 3/4 of them are minority issues. So, I mean, the battle in Eastern Ukraine is all about minorities. And I worked on that for many years within the OSCE. So we need to do it, and we need to begin it, and we need to push for it. Now, the funding issue, I'll just say, we need to call out our governments. I mean, we are really talking, you mentioned the Inter-American Commission. We're talking about pennies, less than pennies, fractions of pennies. And my own government in Canada talks a good talk and, isn't walking much of that talk. I mean, if it's really serious about it, not only it should ratify, like why Canada is not a party to the American Convention on Human Rights is shocking and ridiculous. Why Canada still hasn't ratified the Bellum Pare Convention on violence against women and domestic, that's just shameful. So we need to change our conduct, but we need to cough up some bucks, and you really can say, put your money where your mouth is. If Canada has a feminist foreign policy, Melanie Joly, if you're listening, throw a couple $1 million to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. That will really mean something, both with regard to Indigenous issues, with regard to minority issues, and many other things. So I think we just need to call it out. I mean, that's where I'm an advocate of shame. We better call out the shameful conduct.
one of the reactions that's available on Zoom is clapping hands. I think all of us would agree with that comment, John, for sure. Rodrigo, let me ask you a specific question, Santiago, before turning to you. So the declaration, now 30 years old, that we are rethinking, refreshing, does not talk about LGBTQ rights. There are other documents and instruments that do talk about that in the UN context. If we were to refresh, rethink the declaration in a new format that tries to take into account sensibilities of 2022 and beyond, would we include LGBTQ rights within this framework? And especially in the United States, I'm very familiar, and we are quite involved in the intersection and the balancing between the rights of religious people, some of whom are minorities, and some of whom are not, and the rights of LGBTQ individuals. How do we balance that? Is there a role for the declaration as we rethink and refresh? What is the way forward here?
Thank you, Michael. I think this is a very important question, and maybe it takes us back to a comment that Professor Parker made previously about the protection against discrimination and the protection of minorities. So, of course, the declaration is limited. So we have protection of national, ethnic, linguistic, and religious groups, and and you have a much broader protection against discrimination, which includes other groups such as women, elderly, people with disabilities, LGBTQI+, and other groups that are protected against direct and indirect discrimination. And so there is already protection for all these groups. So I think, the regime seems to make a difference between what it is vulnerable and what should be treated as specifically as a minority. So not necessarily a group that is vulnerable is a minority group in terms of international law. So when we look to nationality, ethnicity, language, and religion or belief, let's say, it seems that there is a common element that bonds that group together as some sort of a community, a collective life together. So so it seems to me that when we look to LGBTQI issues and women's equality issues and protection of people with disabilities, for example, there are specific groups that require specific treatment. The idea behind their protection is to include them in the general society as equal members and equal citizens as all the other persons, to have equal pay, not to be discriminated against in labor relations, etc., etc. So for that reason, it seems to me that the idea behind the declaration does not cover this broad protection of inclusion in society, but specifically providing special protections for those groups that aims to have a life in community. So I think I can see this difference. So maybe I wouldn't suggest the inclusion of all the other vulnerable groups within the Declaration on Minority Issues. So it depends on the purpose of the protection that the group aims. And I don't know if it makes sense, but it seems to me that there is a difference in the protection that is required by these different groups.
If I could just add quickly a brief response. So in principle, I agree with Professor Alves, and I also think we should be careful not try and extend, everything for everyone. That we need to understand the specificity of the kinds of minorities and for example, the distinction with indigenous, like very few minorities, almost none of them are indigenous, but very many indigenous groups are minorities, for example. What is the distinction? I mean, that's an open question, but my own view is something to do with specific land, for example, or Professor Elvis mentioned the geographic element. Of course, many minorities are also attached to homeland, for example. So there's also geographic, but is there something even more distinct? We need to get a bit of clarity around that. And I'm not sure, therefore, that the basic concept of minorities in international law would reasonably cover sexual preference or gender or such purposes. But I don't exclude it, and that's what I want to argue. And I think your point, Mr. Lieberman, is correct, that if we're going to kind of contemporarily rethink this, there are at least two reasons to rethink it. One is, which you mentioned, what we now know about intersectionality. We didn't know that so much in the past. We thought groups were kind of distinctively, singularly identifiable, or predominantly so, and so forth. Now we know quite a lot about intersectionality, and therefore we know that there are, for example, minorities within minorities and so forth, and how we understand that. I think it merits reflection on that point alone. Second of all, and by the way, if there was an updating or a new convention, I would want to see a specific provision on intersectionality, because it definitely addresses compounding or elements, which might be relevant for accommodations or might be relevant for reparation and so forth. The second point is, it has come to my attention, and I don't know how kind of broad this is, but it has come to my attention that some groups, such as sexual preference and so forth, do actually manifest a group dynamic. It's not all individualized aspects of their life. And so, for example, with regard to things like representation, participation, and so forth, maybe there are some kind of narrowly tailored elements that are relevant. I don't know the answer to this. So in principle, I agree with Professor Elvis, but I don't rule it out. And I do believe in the kind of the growing tree idea of law. It's evolving to be responsive to contemporary manifestations and challenges. And I think, I think we should take it into account. And the more that can be addressed, but not at the expense of the fundamental idea. And that would be my worry, to kind of try and shoehorn into the minority protection regime groups that are really not sensibly protected.
Thank you for that. Santiago, I'm sorry that we have 5 minutes left for what your question will be, but we will try to address it the best we can. Santiago, please.
¿Cómo están? Muchas gracias por darme la palabra. Agradezco.
Thank you so much for passing me the floor. I'd like to thank everyone who's here, and everything that was mentioned was very valuable. And very briefly, in the 5 minutes that I have, I'll be very quick. About the minorities, we are talking about the same issue, which is defining what is a minority. If the definition is orthodox, or for example, a definition by Leshames that says a group of citizens endowed with ethnic characteristics that are different from the majority of the population, and that have a collective will or a shared inheritance. I think this definition is a little bit incomplete. It was also mentioned, the definition by Francesco Capototti, saying that a group, a minority, is a group that is numerically inferior to which is in a situation that is not dominant, where the members of the state have, from an ethical standpoint, ethnic standpoint, characteristics that differentiated from most of the population, also manifesting implicitly a sentiment of solidarity to traditions, idioms, and culture. What's wrong with that definition is that Capototti talked about a political power standpoint. And here we have understood power as a relationship relationship between those who have power and those who don't. And we're not talking specifically about politicians. And it's important what John Packer mentioned, that we need to create a new treaty, legislative framework that determines more clearly what is a minority, because we're interested in addressing the problems of minorities and how all of these advances, the internet, the pandemic, how the paradigms are changing in the context that we are inserted. And on the other hand, talking about the linguistic aspect, here where I live in Argentina, we have 12 native languages that are adopted. We used to have 18 languages, but many were lost. And as years went by, we still lose this heritage of our country. And this probably also happens to other countries, I believe. But what happens is, as Dr. Packer mentioned, we have a group dynamics, and that group dynamics endows the minority groups as the declaration of, in the name of people who belong to ethnical minorities and linguistic minorities, makes them vulnerable. And it doesn't mean that they're a minority only if they're vulnerable. So we need to ascertain a definition of minority. And as a last comment, I'd like to ask a question, which is, how willing are governments in creating an international agreement that is accessible by the population in practice? Because these mechanisms to access justice, international justice, are quite complicated. So we don't need to go very far if we look to Francisco de Vitoria's collaboration, the father of international law. He speaks to the problems of indigenous people and the mistreatment of indigenous people, and this is still a problem, not only in regards to original peoples, but also the Romani people, the Gypsy people, that need to be redefined in current terms. What is the definition that we need currently? What do minorities currently need? That's what I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rodrigo, I know you have a hard stop coming up very soon. I'm going to turn to you first for any reaction to Santiago, but also a final comment or two. And then John, if I may, I'll turn to you.
Well, just a quick comment about what Santiago mentioned. I think what he proposes is excellent. Like you should ground the protection of minorities in the definition of what is a minority, so that it makes easier for us to understand which group should be treated as a minority under the international human rights framework only. Of course, in each of our states, there are different applications of what minority means. So in my country, for example, it's very broad. So almost synonymous vulnerability. So, but for international law purposes, it seems that those definitions of couple authority, of Deschenets, aid, and more recently of de Varenne, they are very helpful to build this or to update the framework. Let's say. And well, just on a final note, thank you very much, Dr. Lieberman, for moderating this panel. Thank you, all the organizers. I am very happy to be here. I was present in 2013 in Geneva when we drafted the recommendations on religious minorities and adopted a set of the recommendations approved by the Human Rights Council. And I'm very glad to be back here several years later to discuss these issues and to bring some ideas and contributions. So thank you very much. And it was a pleasure to share this panel with you, Dr. Packer, and thanks everyone for the attention.
John.
Thank you very much. So Santiago, a couple things to say. First of all, you know, states resist this topic because it goes very close to the kind of central organizing principle of the state. Where does the sovereignty lie? You know, the people. Who are the people? And the history of states has either been the property of individual despots and dictators, whether we call the origin of the notion of the sovereign, which is to say a divine right authority, a king, a queen, and so forth, or popular sovereignty, meaning the people, but even then it meant the kind of predominant or majority and so forth. The notion of minority derives and was invented, the concept, the word actually, from British parliamentary practice. And it was the group of people who did not agree with the majority. It was the counter to democratic decision-making. What happens about that group who don't agree? Are they just told to screw off? I mean, to be blunt, or what they're basically told is conform, no matter what. And this is problematical, especially if it's taken to the extreme. So we know that you know, even from a non-discrimination perspective, we know that we need to look at groups in terms of their actual position. Numbers matter. They matter for scale. They matter for distribution, and so forth. We also know, by the way, that minorities can be in a position of abuse of others, including dictatorship. I mean, that was the case it is the case, for example, in Assad's Syria. You know, so that's another thing. We shouldn't think that all minorities are per se vulnerable. In other words, the importance of democracy here is a precondition, democratic decision-making, and then we have to look at the way to fulfill the equal lives of persons and minorities to those who were in the majority or in a predominant position. Now, about a convention and a definition, I've written quite a lot about it. You can Google and find some things I've written about it. But while a definition would be very helpful and conceptually it's important, I don't believe states will easily, if at all, agree on a definition. And what we know from Council of Europe, for example, or European experience, is that a great deal can be done constructively even without a formal definition. And so I think what really matters for persons in a position minority is concretely what are the effects on their lives. And I would argue that before we pursue a kind of a lot of time and effort trying to get a universal consensus on definition, I think we roughly know what it is, and what matters more is the effective implementation of existing norms and standards. And for that reason, that's why my recommendations were about implementation and not about a new convention, not about a definition. I do understand the importance of these, and I am in favor of a new convention, but in terms of priority, I believe our priority should be on effectively implementing and seeking the realization of what now exists. And what now exists in international law is still good. It can be better, but that's where our focus should be. Thank you very much for allowing me to comment. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be part of this panel.
Thank you very much to the organizers of this regional forum. Thank you to the Tom Lantos Institute. I think our two panelists have demonstrated in a very material way their expertise, and it's great to have been able to provide this forum for them. So thank you, Rodrigo and John, for a very rich and thoughtful discussion, including a number of practical suggestions, which sometimes eludes us as we have these roundtable discussions. We will reconvene at 1:00 p.m. Buenos Aires time, at noon in New York time, for the second thematic session. Thank you all. Sean, back to you.
Thank you to you all, and to Michael Lieberman for an excellent moderation as well. Thank you.
So please,
problem.
Milena, you have the floor. Thank you.
Happens with when we're talking about human rights. So
yeah. Thank you for your understanding. Okay, thank you, Lilana. Please proceed with the session. Thank you.
hello, good afternoon. Welcome to session 2. My name is Leilani Reis. I am a race and gender officer in Brazil at the International Institute for Race, Equality and Human Rights, Race and Equality. And I'm working closely with racial discrimination in diverse areas in Brazil, such as closing of civic spaces for the Black population and indigenous people, police violence, and religious racism. Race and Equality is a human rights capacity building organization that works side by side with activists in Latin America to promote their ability to work with the human rights system and also with the regional human rights system. We have as a methodology to provide technical assistance in order to help our partners with documentation and increase their advocacy capacity at the national, regional, and international levels. I'm here and to moderate this panel, and we are really privileged to have in this panel. And I'm so sorry if I don't pronounce the names correctly, but we are here with Nihad Awad. He is the Executive Director of the Council on America-Island Relations. We also have Federico Fernando Pita, the founder of the African Diaspora of Argentina. Beneco Enesia, the Director of the Center of Sustainable Development. And Pedro Ruiz Cortez, advisor, my colleague in the Institute of Race and Equality, working from Colombia. And it's a pleasure to have you here, and you can find more information about our speakers in the website of the Regional Forum. And before our panel, I'd like to start with a reminder to adhere the topic under each theme. The participants of the Regional Forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions along the themes addressed in the program of work of the Regional Forum. Please note that all intervention and statements under each theme of the Regional Forum should be relevant to that particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statement relates to the topics under discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues under the theme you are making your statement. We count on the cooperation of all participants to the end. In order to attend fruitfully and meaningfully exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' view and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Participants are also requested to refrain from posting or displaying materials that is offensive, obscene, and hateful, that promotes or encourages violence, and that does not uphold UN standards regarding countries and territories. In the event that these rules are repeatedly and or seriously broken, participants may be removed from the meeting at the discretion of the organizers. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. So with that, let me turn first to Nihat Awad. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon and good evening for anyone who's around the world. Greetings of peace. It's great to be with other distinguished experts and leaders on this panel. I also would like to start by thanking the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues and the director of the Tom Lantos Institute for the kind invitation to talk with you all today. I also wanted to thank all the staff whose efforts made this gathering possible today. So to introduce myself, I'm the Executive Director of the Council on American Islamic Relations, known in the US as CAIR, C-A-I-R, the largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization in the US. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States, my home, was founded not as a national home for any single ethnic, religious, or linguistic group. Instead, those present at its birth centered the ideal that everyone is created equal. All are supposed to be equal under the law and our Bill of Rights. Our Bill of Rights enumerates powerful limits on government. The Bill of Rights has among its intentions a desire to protect minorities from the tyranny of the majority. While all of us here today are clear-eyed about the chasm between the ideal and our lived reality, the ideal is worth of our time and energy. Article 2 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, or Linguistic Minorities articulates part of what the US founding ideals commits us to, which is acting to ensure persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities have the right to enjoy their own culture, to profess and practice their own religion, and to use their own language in private and in public, freely and without interference from any form of discrimination. That said, as we reflect on the last 30 years, we conclude that it is painfully littered with bad actors seeking to impose upon us a future of obedience to those who think and look alike. As we witnessed horrors aimed at minorities shortly after the adoption of the UNDM, I think of the 1994 genocide in Rwanda, targeting the Tutsi minority ethnic group, and the ethnic cleansing in Bosnia, awfully symbolized by the 1995 massacre of the Bosniak Muslim men and boys at Srebrenica. Today, taking stock of the global state of minorities around the world, we recognize people of conscience are tasked with dodging a uniquely dangerous fork in the road. In India, there are real concerns of potential genocide. In China, Uyghur minorities are being erased. In Palestine, Israeli occupation authorities and practices continue to resist global efforts to break apartheid there in the same fashion the world broke South African apartheid. In the United States, the MAGA movement, the white supremacist, nationals, and Christian nationalism are three major threats to our goal of Muslims being free and confident to practice their faith without fear and discrimination. Poor media practices when covering Islam also promote stereotypes that lead to Islamophobic bias. Additionally, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and their ideological allies, always capable of seizing the public's attention and driving Islamophobic bias, remain a threat. The Republican Party has swung dangerously into normalizing this white supremacy, Christian nationalism, and conspiracy theories. 2022 polling indicates that 1/3 of the US population believes the Great Replacement theory, which asserts that Western elites, with particular focus on anti-Semitic tropes, seek to replace the white population with immigrants. For many years, from 9/11 until the repeal of Donald Trump's Muslim ban and African ban, my faith was a daily mainstream boogeyman. As we predicted years ago, as international terrorism receded from daily news feeds, haters now often find targeting other minorities more profitable to their goals. Black and brown migrants and immigrants, indeed, people of color in general, face daily hurdles to free and fair participation in American life. Muslims in the United States continue to face familiar patterns. Republicans center us in their speeches as a threat and as foreign. Democrats often shy away from protecting us as they seek to avoid looking weak on national security issues. At the same time, we have seen Islamophobic tropes deployed by the left to criticize the Supreme Court decisions as a simplistic tool while criticizing the US withdrawal from Afghanistan. In the US, political divisions will likely build up during the course of 2024 presidential elections and possibly boil over into violence that exceeds what we have experienced on January 6, 2021. So we all know that demonizing and disempowering all forms of minorities is a key tool in the work belt of those who seek to impose upon us a future of obedience to those who think and look alike. These are dark considerations, but we are here because we know there are alternative paths. Those alternative paths are what converts the ideal to be it in the US founding or in the UNDM, making all of them operational and into programmatic actionable items. As part of the largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization in the US, I can say it is difficult to feel the UNDM and other UN measures in our efforts to fend off grave threats to minorities in the United States. I say this as someone committed to the UN, to the UNDM, all of you, and with a sincere desire to see positive improvement. For instance, in a win for people's conscience in the United States, it has become accepted that any serious discussion of the 9/11 attacks needs to include the ensuing state and private discrimination against Muslims domestically and foreign policy failures such as the Iraq invasion. Those who lived in the United States after 9/11 may remember that until Hurricane Katrina, which struck in New Orleans in 2005, criticism of the US government resulted in ostracism. This more honest conversation about the US response to 9/11 is good. I think more is better. With this in mind, I will lay out 3 recommendations for your consideration and discussion. First, UN agencies, their partners, and ideological allies, such as domestic human rights organizations, must persistently present the UNDM's vision in traditional and social media outlets throughout the Americas region. This can be done by educating journalists, their professional associations, and social media figures about the UNDM and its values. This, in turn, promotes more monitoring in the form of news reporting that can be used to assess a nation's compliance with its obligations under the UNDM. As key nations in the region slide more towards authoritarian leadership, unapologetic efforts to promote these values must vigorously compete in the public marketplace of ideas with those favor uniformity and obedience. Secondly, states should adopt a more aggressive public posture against violations of the spirit of the UNDM. When a nation bans people based on their observation of a minority faith or permits state agents to use horse reins to whip migrants, this must be met with international disdain. Three, and lastly, national human rights institutions, expert communities, and civil society organizations should convene business leaders to both educate them about the UNDM and seek their commitment, perhaps through a similar document for businesses to its principles. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to give the floor to Federico Fernando Pita. Please, Federico.
Sí, te iba a decir buen día, buenas tardes a todos, todas y todes. Ahí lo que yo tenía es una presentación de PowerPoint y no la van a... Se me está diciendo Sean, si se la puedo enviar por mail para que la...
I'm not sure if I am able to share my screen or if I need to send the presentation to you by email. So afterwards, I could be sending you by email. So you can just tell me what I should do.
Federico, you should now be able to share your screen. So you should be able to share your PowerPoint.
¿Se ve, no?
Yes, we can see it.
Sí.
Bueno. Listo. Ahí vi, John, que me pasaste el hosting. Ahora cuando termino, te lo devuelvo. Bueno, bien.
After I can make you the host again. Well, hello everyone, all of you. I will be making, giving a brief overview of public policy in Argentina that is part of, well, as part of the Commission, also in relation to the Argentinian Commission for Public Policies. In this current time, that fights against discrimination, xenophobia, and racism. And today we have this space for us, but fundamentally I come with our group of fellows from social activism in Argentina, which is anti-racist in our country. Since the arrival of the new government and the new management, now we have a look for the presentation. And we also had this presentation in Geneva with a forum of the minorities, so we could be understanding that the minorities are really majorities in Latin America. We are organized minorities, let's say. So this movement is part of a joint construction for public policies. So I will make just an overview about this public policy in some points.
In some points of this reparation policy for the community. In order to do this, we're gonna see a video that synthesizes the spirit of the commission that I mentioned. I apologize, but the sound is very, very low. In Argentina, we are the majority. And why are we not on the screen and on the big companies? Why is it that our heroes are not represented in history? In Argentina, we have a doubt, which is originated in the concentration in order to be a just and fair society, we need to pay off that debt. The translation apologizes, but the sound is very, very low. In order to achieve historical recognition, and all of that is imported in a project of society, and there is no Argentina without our community.
But we were not able to watch the video.
No lo vieron. Bueno, ahora cualquier cosa comparto en el chat el link del video que está disponible en YouTube para...
Well, I can share in the chat the link of the video. It's available on YouTube, and then you can share it with the public. And it synthesized the public policies and the policy implemented in November of 2020 during the pandemic, and everything that was built in a compilation of information to achieve public policies that aim to create a specific space and a specific policy for the African Argentinian reality in the entire national territory. So we have a series of actions that are part of this public policy. The first one is organizing listing organizations for the African Argentinian community, and also assembling an advisory committee that is integrated by male and female members throughout the entire national territory and the country, also encompassing gender, territory issues, also dealing with the diversity of the Argentinian citizen in all instances that are connected to this commission in order to build together and elaborate the public policies, because we take into account our experiences in a state that has a structure that is responsible for disseminating our movement, what we recognize as structural racism, and the necessity of bringing the interested parties into the process of elaborating public policies, not only as passive listeners, but also as with the protagonism in relation to public policies, also recognizing the deficit of people in the decision-making spaces. We have this absence of minority individuals because we are underrepresented in terms of non-white people within the structure of the Latin American states in general, but so Argentina is no exception. So in order to create reparatory justice, one of the measures contemplated by this public policy is that the African Argentinian community, also through its organization, should be part of the public policies that are implemented in this commission. And the first thing that was done was create resources, also thinking about public policy norms, to think about the international and regional level and the national normatives within different aspects, and a normative framework that will address the specificities of the African population of African descent in our country. And here, as I mentioned, the creation of the Forum for the African Argentinian Community, which is a historical demand by the African Argentinian community. And the idea is that not only the absence of specific policies, but also the changes in terms of generating the integration between organizations and communities in order to build a structure of relationships for the strengthening of African Argentinian organizations. And we also have the problem of lack of institutional bond between the organizations and the state. So the creation of this commission corresponds to this historic demand. And another action that is carried out by the community in
continentales y generalmente la mayoría de los enormes sucesos de política pública suelen tener impacto en la ciudad autónoma de Buenos Aires, donde está el gobierno, la sede territorial del gobierno.
Has an impact in the autonomous city of Buenos Aires, and the idea is to have is to meet once a year to see how we're going to work together in our national state or in the forms in which our state is organized, and also locally. So the first meeting was held last year. In regards to the African culture of African Argentinian descent, and it's celebrating a colleague that fought for this country. And this was initiated last year in the Argentinian coastline in the province of Medellin, according to our census in 2010, which are the last numbers that we have access to. The presence of population of African descent in the country after the city of Buenos Aires is the city that has the biggest presence of the community of African descent. And a little while after this framework was created and recognized by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, the translation apologizes, but the sound doesn't seem to be coming off very well, which is affecting the translation. And the creation of a committee, because I insist that our public policy is endowed with a political line that is linked to human rights. And within this role of public policy and the responsibilities of the state, especially having the organizations in the community as protagonists. And these are the roles that this committee has had within the provinces to move forward with bills of law that highlight the demands of the communities of African descent and the African Argentinian communities in these provinces. And an example that we have here in the screen, and which was presented on August last year, which was in the province of Tucumán, in the independence celebration. So I want to share as well that a while back, the national meeting of the African Argentinian community in these lines of work, what is elaborated is published into a material, a publication with the same name, which was just published, and it is a core document that has that presents the formal implementation of public policies in the national meeting of the Argentinian community. Well, that's what I had to say. This would be the experience that I like to share and that we're developing here in Argentina.
Thank you. We had some issues. We couldn't see your presentation. So if you could send it to us, I think it would be really important to follow up with your speech. So if you could do it later, so thank you.
Lo comparto.
Thank you, perfecto. Gracias, muchas gracias. Now I would like to call Benico Inicia. Benico, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Nuestro saludo a
Thank you very much, Mr. Salon, the rapporteur for the minorities, for inviting us to participate in this forum, and to my fellow panelists and participants in this important forum. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Dominican minority of Haitian ascendants in the Dominican Republic. This minority of hundreds of Haitian immigrants that are at risk of statelessness in the country are sons and daughters of migrants who were brought to the Dominican Republic to cut sugarcane, and this also has to do with the framework existing between both states who share the island of Santo Domingo, between the state of Haiti and the state of Dominican Republic. And this minority lives under conditions of vulnerability in rural communities at the margins of the most important cities in our country. And these contracts and the hiring of these people allowed for most people to come to the Dominican Republic from Haiti. It was a sector that for a long time constituted the center of the Dominican economy, which paved the way for the development that has been happening to our country. And for years, the acquiring of nationality and the documents of people of Haitian descent have been restricted, and the states had restricted them by arguing that we were people who had who were Haitian or who were Frenched or had French surnames, and there was a normative that said that people who were demonstrated that our parents had been working in 30, 40 years in this type of activity in the country of the Dominican Republic. And later on, we were defined as people in irregular situation, and we were limited access to the Dominican nationality. When they were not able to uphold the situation anymore, because we told them the Constitution of 2010 recognizes as Dominican, and I cite textually, those who are endowed with Dominican nationality before this Constitution came into force. The Inter-American Court of Human Rights defined in 2005 that people who had been born in the Dominican Republic were Dominican. However, the state continued with this restrictive policy in terms of nationality, and in this Constitution of 2010, which recognized people who were already endowed with nationality, an additional restriction was implemented, conditioning and limiting this status, saying that our parents would have to be endowed with a status of permanent residency. Well, in 2013, according to sentence 168-13 of the Dominican Constitutional Court, it establishes that very arbitrarily said that people who have parents that were in transit but were born in the Dominican Republic are not Dominican, and this is applied starting with in 1929 up until the date of this decision, and the impact was horrendous for this Dominican minority of Haitian descent because every one of us became stateless in the country where we were born. And in response to this, the Dominican state defined a strategy in 2014 and published Law 16914. And we must recognize that this law from 2014 was a law that was agreed nationally. All political forces responded positively to the application of this law, and it was a response to the challenge represented by Sentence 168 by the Constitutional Court. This law, was a small step towards a solution. However, it had as a characteristic the discrimination, the segregation of national people. And it divided the population in different groups, which goes against the international standards in terms of nationality. And therefore, in 2014, we ratify what the Inter-American Court had defined when it said that Sentence 168 and the Articles 108 and 11 of the law result in violations of the Inter-American Human Rights Convention. And this challenge that we have as Dominicans of Haitian descent restricted and still does restrict access to education, to health, to dignified jobs. And for many people, and here we're talking about 90,000 people, over 90,000 individuals who live in conditions where they are at risk of statelessness in their own country. And let's just think about all of the alternatives that Law 169 listed for those who were under that law. And I will only mention, for example, in 2019, official numbers of the Civil Data Collection Service said that 61,000 people were in this situation. And about 27,000 people were the people who had recovered their nationality. That's why we have a proportion of over 50% of this population that was not able to recover their nationality.
Sus descendientes, que también se ven afectados por esta decisión.
All of the descendants that are affected in this, 8,159. And they applied for the naturalization process to this date. So what they acquired, 0 of them got the nationality because the law forced them to be extradited to their own country. So you must be a foreigner to then request the nationality. That's it. So what happened? 0 of those people did not get back their nationality. And in a procedure they were submitted to, 749 of the Well, some of them, many of them could be benefiting from the naturalization, but there isn't a clear pathway on how to do that because the institutions in that case, in the Ministry of Interiors and the police, in relation to this law, they have competence for this process of naturalization. They don't facilitate in this process. How this treated this population, and those that did not obtain the nationality or the documentation to prove their nationality, the General Directorate of Immigrants has in their daily work in the neighborhoods. Well, we are talking about neighborhoods where the Haiti population live, and they are submitted to a constant so they can, and they're usually submitted to deportation to a country that they really do not know, and they have very complicated situations usually. So for us, in the Dominican Republic, because we are a minority of Haitian descendants, if you obtained the nationality and you had the documents to prove, you must continue expose yourself, because if you have a problem, you have if you have recognized your son title, it's a problem. A passport is a problem. So to obtain a house or an ID, all of these maybe our documents will all be expired, and if someone would be in the university or could enter the university with this document, so this process will be then suspended. But if you had a license, a driver's license or a formal job, if you don't have the documents updated, you automatically would lose those opportunities. And also we have to remember those that did not have the possibility to access all of those opportunities yet. So the Dominican populations of Haitian descendants is the one that finds, well, in the last year, lots of problems. Last year, over 800 people were arrested and subject to a possible deportation. And the organizations accompanying this process shouldn't be intervening like this, because we don't know how many would be on the other side of the border yet, or exposed to very bad conditions in the bordering communities without accessing the rights and guarantees in the country where they were born. And according to that, well, we have to demonstrate that there is a greater challenge that would be that the Dominican Constitution recognized the mother and the father could transfer the nationality. But what happens is that those children of foreign mom and dads, in this case, mom with a Haitian descendants, would have the difficulty to be recognized, truly recognized, effectively, because constitutionally, there is this problem. So for them, well, so people are not tired, and we can maybe, well, we want the Dominican state or government to implement a legal framework that would restore our nationality effectively in a long-lasting way and a standardized way for all the people that are affected by the sentence 168, in a way that the human rights should be respected, and all the measures regarding the exposure of people to apartheid conditions, going through deportations from the national territory. We have to know and adapt the legislation and integrate against discrimination, xenophobia, racism, and hate speech, and the assurance of a civil registration free of discrimination. and adhere to the Convention over the Statute of the Patriot from 1954 experts, and also ratify the convention for these cases in our countries, which is the Convention of 1958. And encourage the Dominican states to continue with the dialogue that was started with the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights and the social organizations that accompany the populations affected by this sentence. And then there's strive for finding an effective solution for those that suffer with this condition, and the migratory Dominican authorities could eliminate the practice of imprisonment, migratory imprisonments based on a criteria of color of the skin, avoiding the physical and psychological violence, avoiding the extortion of money, and eliminate the violence for immigrants in this process of migratory detention. We are in a very delicate situation, and we are almost approaching the 10th anniversary of this holy sentence, of this blessing. So we cannot bear it anymore, and not just to use a bad word. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. Beneco. Now Pedro Cortés.
Parece que mi video no lo dejan activar. Estoy dando, dice que no se puede.
I'm trying to share my screen. I think my video is not working really well. I cannot activate my camera. I don't know what's happening.
Listo. Okay.
Okay.
Muchas gracias, Leilani.
Thank you so much, Leilani. I would like to greet all of the organizers for the regional forum and my colleagues from the thematic forum and all the audience connected with us. My name is Pedro Cortés, activist and academic, African descendant from Colombia, and currently the assessor of the International Institute about Race, Equity, and Human Rights. The international organization which accompanies in the region that are population organizations groups that are historically discriminated, like African descendants and minority groups. And we also contribute for these groups to use the international mechanisms in the Inter-American system and the United Nations system as a tool to support the process of incidents and looking for the human rights. And the reflection that I will share with you are based on the experiences that we had based on race and equity, and with the work that I had in 2000 with the works of Colombia that were victim of an armed internal conflict. The Colombian case has these characteristics that are very relevant so we can be discussing the topics of this session focusing on the implementation. And over 3 decades, Colombia has been a matter of special attention in the system of the United Nations. And since the early 2000s, the African Center organizations increased the use of the mechanisms for the civil society and the other systems. And the systematization of the violation of human rights derived in conflicts and illegal conflicts from the states were made visible on the market with the visits from the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, also, and the periodical reviews of CERT, strengthens the treatment of the situation of the African sentence, looking at the analysis of the whistleblowers, the proposal of the organizations that presented alternative reports of their direct participation in the civil society space offered by the committee. And different way, the opening in the country, and in the late 90s, of United Nations Office for Human Rights, among other agencies of the United Nations, supported the African descendants communities that were victims of the armed conflicts. In the case of the previously, we mentioned about the visit to Colombia from the independent side from in February 2010, and in the respective courts. Today we remember them, and the African descendant organizations use a lot of them as a a milestone for understanding the causes of violations of the human rights for the African descendant minorities, and also to guide the project of incidents for the adoption of public policies. On the other side, race and equity also had the participation of the leader, national professor of this month, and in the ninth session of the Forum for Minorities in 2016, which focused on the minorities under conditions of humanitarian crisis. And the first understanding derived from this broader experience, the positive impact of the use of international mechanisms for human rights, about the behavior of the states to protect their improvement. It would be a result of continuous long-term processes. And the situation of exclusion and discrimination of those minorities are also structural historical processes in the violation of human rights, and they would persist at least having this incidence process at a long term. So understanding this point is fundamental for the international mechanisms to have a milestone of approximation that would exceed the resolution of a specific case. In the Colombian case, and maybe due to the large amount of analysis and
adecuada sobre el carácter estructural de
you could see that about the structural character of those problems. And on the second comprehension or understanding, the international institutions and mechanisms will have a very important role for the states to accept and adopt proper understanding about the causes and the specific dynamics of the violation of the human rights against the ethnic minorities. Even though the minorities ratify the international instruments that are relevant for the ethnic minorities, usually the persistence of racism and racial discrimination would be factors associated with the violation of human rights. And in the Colombian case, one of the countries of the region with more advances, normative advances for the recognition of ethnico-territorial rights needed to the international mechanisms to show them for the first time that the armed conflict would bring this disproportional impact for the ethnic minorities. For instance, in 1994, after his visit to the country as a representative about the sent by the Secretary General of the United Nations, and he mentioned that this also contributed for us to understand the structural connections for the condition of African descendants. It's not that the United Nations will find something that the communities do not know. The point is that the international mechanisms prioritize the hearing of the communities, and they help validating important points that could influence the behavior of the states. And the third point is, or the understanding is, that there's a great deficit in the follow-up of these recommendations that are made to the states and the Committee of the Treaties and the procedures for the United Nations and the ICDH. This should impact more choices from these international institutions for the assessment of the ethnic minorities, and that for decades we've been offering technical assistance for the organization of the ethnic minorities, so they could use the international institutions, because we share the frustration of not being able to contribute in a more solid way and generating conditions to make a follow-up on the condition that integrate the analysis and proposals of the organizations. So we are convinced that this follow-up should be daily, and not only limited to those moments offered by a treaty committee or the visit of a rapporteur that could be taking years before it's repeated. But we should have a continuous process, and we need the mechanisms to adopt those continuous mechanisms, and the organizations of ethnic minorities could strengthen their technical capabilities and resources to organize all of that. And it's the recommendation is the critical factor to modify the behavior of the states. And fourth, understanding and in their international obligations in relation to minorities would depend necessarily in adopting public policies with different focus. For Colombia, an emblematic case in relation to for having perfect normative frameworks, but without implementing policies. Therefore, the situation of human rights would still be critical. So most of the reports from the committees of the treaties describe the norms and the impact of the minorities. That the significant progress would be registered, while the topic of minorities would not be cross-cutting anymore. And the structural causes of discrimination are connected to the economical and political dynamics, adopting differentiated focus of specific resources and of specific transformations throughout the public policy of the state. And in this race inequity, we will be paying close attention to other comprehensions and learnings that we have developed for now. And based on the points mentioned, some of the recommendations for this regional forum would be the following here. The committees of the treaties and special procedures should enhance the coordination among them so they can be sharing the analysis and the recommendations about the recommendations for each country, using the different mechanisms so we could have a better monitoring to the situation of human rights and the states to comply with the standards and recommendations. And second place, the treaty committees should be adopting more robust monitoring mechanisms and more continuous over the states. And as part of these mechanisms, we should be prioritizing the strengthening of the technical conditions and opportunities to participate, to have the participation of the minority organizations. And in last place, the state should be also incorporating different focuses for the minorities in their planning, in the instruments when planning public policies, more specifically budgets and targets and goals to comply with the international rules and the targets of the committees and special procedures and the universal compliance. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pedro.
If you would like to make a statement, if you'd like to ask something to our speakers, now is the time. You can just hold your hand, that I'm going to call you to interact with our speakers. Well, I guess we don't have any questions, just waiting a few minutes. Maybe someone that's shy. Yes, so I think we have no questions. So I'd like to call our speakers again to final remarks. Or if you like to ask each other any questions, if you would like to interact somehow, please. Maybe we can start with Finihad to final remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was trying to listen to my co-panelists. My Spanish is not that strong, so I was looking for the translation, and I think the automatic translation maybe was not doing justice to their great presentations. I know that I could feel that their issues are similar to our issues, centering on minorities' rights and how to create mechanisms to monitor compliance and also empower minorities to protect themselves, but also how to institute mechanisms from media and academia to not only help protect these rights, but also promote a more inclusive and more tolerant societies. I can just let you know that our organization in the United States is unique because we have been serving 8 million American Muslims who also are religious, but also they come from different backgrounds, national backgrounds, linguistic backgrounds, and even faith denomination. And what I would like to share with my colleagues is I believe that our organization has extremely been successful because from the beginning we focused on education, on empowering our young Muslims to study journalism and law. Eventually, we have now more lawyers and more journalists who tell our own story. And we have been encouraging young people to become politically engaged. And that's why in the past few years, we have seen hundreds of American Muslims who are born and raised in the United States running for office and winning office. Like, for example, Ilhan Omar, Representative Ilhan Omar in the Congress, or Rashida Tlaib, or Andre Carson. These are at one point were young people and felt the brunt of discrimination and isolation. And they have shown a great example that minority individuals also can succeed, even they are migrants and they have been at the receiving end. We should not always wait for the majority to give us our rights. We have to earn our rights. So I would like my colleagues on the panels and those who are watching to visit our website at www.cair.com. Unfortunately, it's all in English, but I promise you next time we're going to have more translation, especially into Spanish. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Nira. We have an intervention here, Jeremias. Please, the floor is yours. Jeremias.
Sí, ¿se escucha?
Yes, can you hear me? Perfect. Well, I'd like to ask a question to Licenciado Pita, and he was talking about how the public policies in Argentina were developed in terms of historical recognition, and I'd like to ask him about what's next, and I like his assessment on the future, what are the challenges, and what is our way forward. Thank you very much.
Bien. Antes de contestar, bueno, también compartir.
Well, before answering, I'd also like to share that I'm also thankful to my colleagues and co-panelists who were wonderful in their interventions and answering the question that was asked of me. We have cases in Colombia, and I insist that I have also seen cases in the US and everywhere really where we have minorities in the process of becoming a majority, because non-white people are a majority in all of society, and still structural racism gives us this idea that we are a minority, but the only minority is a minority in terms of power, white supremacy, or representation of white people in decision-making spaces in a broader sense, this white category as a power category. And within this framework, our demands in terms of public policy are need to tackle structural racism, and in the states, in the nations, which have been trying to eradicate racism. So we need to formulate public policies to also collect data, generate statistics, implement national dates, and a lot has been done, but there's still a lot to be done, and the elaboration of this public policy also need to happen. And this has been, it happened very late in Argentina. It took us 200 years to have that type of policy and initiative and government policies that would then become state policies. So our commission is a commission within the national framework, and it is a state secretariat, but our challenge is to acquire autonomy in terms of budget and to be sustainable, but also autonomy in our decision-making processes, so that we could also have able to build consensus within our organization and among all stakeholders and specific situations, in addition to public policies focused on anti-racist measures. But we also need policies that are focused on tackling racism. And sometimes what seems interesting to me is that we have made some normative advances, but I sometimes say that normative advances sometimes imply structural changes in the ways of living in our populations. And sometimes normatives are important, but without a shadow of a doubt, this is still a political and social battle. And we need to celebrate how much we have already advanced, but we need to stimulate the way forward and having more achievements and thinking about a public policy that is new, but that needs to move forward and have other experiences included in our, also considering the experiences of our Latin American brothers. And we see that governments are not sustainable, so we need policies to go beyond specific governments and structure policies. Thank you very much. I apologize, but his audio was not very clear.
Gracias, Lena. Bueno, yo quiero aprovechar.
Thank you, Lena. Well, I'd like to take advantage of this space to expand on this reflection about some of the ideas shared with you previously. I think that the theme, the fundamental theme for many organizations that provide technical assistance to minority groups is how can we be able to make states comply with what international mechanisms recommend. And a large part of the advocacy work within the UN systems and the Inter-American Convention about the rights of minorities is collecting reports and welcoming proposals by special committees and drafting treaties. And as a result, the states would actually need to comply with their recommendations. And in the case of Colombia, for example, I mentioned that it's very telling, the fact that in 30 years of a strong presence of the UN system and the Inter-American system in relation to minority rights, we have achieved the implementation of some mechanisms, but a lot of you know that unfortunately the human rights situation in the ethnic minorities in Colombia is still a very bad situation. Of course, there are many factors that could explain this, but to focus on the discussion of the themes that are being addressed right now, how can we achieve the implementation of what is produced by international mechanisms. And I think that in the Colombian case, even though there's a persisting violation of rights systematically, really, but that are really some positive impact of the UN recommendations. And as I mentioned in my presentation, this demonstrates to us, organizations of ethnic minorities, that this should be a prolonged effort. But in terms of suggestions in relation to the ethnic minorities, I would emphasize that we still feel that we're very fragmented and that the mechanisms and special procedures still work in a very disjointed way in specific countries. We are an ethnical organization that is based in Colombia and has been based in Colombia for the last 20 years. We try to publish alternative reports. We send them to one rapporteur to another, and then people say that in the case of Colombia, we have a shared understanding about the situation of the country. We have a shared diagnosis. But of course, we must think, I apologize, but he seems to be muted. Well, I was saying that not only the Rapporteur for the Rights of Minorities, but other commissions that are relevant should try and overcome this disjointed working of all of these committees. And also taking advantage of this space to expand upon what was indicated by my colleague. We understand the mandate of the rapporteurs and the limited resources that they have to fulfill those mandates, and that is plain and clear. But I think we must be creative so that we're able to achieve treaties and special procedures as tools for continuous monitoring about the same recommendations that are made to the states. I know that that is not an easy challenge, but in the case of Colombia, what has worked was because there was permanent action and permanent monitoring of the states, because it is the actions of the special procedures and treaties that actually contribute to empower the ethnical coordinations to make demands to their states. So this variable, this dynamic, I think speaks more to this, and we must find alternatives. That's what I had to say. Thank you. Thank you, Pedro. I think the same thing happens here in Brazil when we talk about racial discrimination here in Brazil. This is also a problem, the compliance with the procedures, and I am going through that right now.
To give some final remarks before I pass the floor to Beneco.
No, podemos,
Sí,
por ahora no.
muchas gracias.
Beneco, please.
¿Me escucha? Gracias.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Well, I believe that it's important to highlight that in the specific case of the minority I mentioned in the Dominican Republic, ever since the 80s, the 90s, we have been recognized by the international community. And I believe that what we still need is to pay more attention to this minority, or to regain the attention of the world, because we feel that in this specific case, the Dominican state has tried to wash their hands. They offered an alternative, which is Law 169, as if it were a solution to the problem, and it has been proven that the population that has been impacted is still suffering, and their rights are still denied, and they live in very complex conditions. And the case of COVID was an example. As a minority, the public policies were never introduced to the population that doesn't have right to national documents, because they were considered as foreigners and were not included in the policies. And in terms of food security and protection, and the inclusive access to health services in the case of COVID, we're all denied because we're being marginalized. And there is a law that integrates us as a public policy, but what I think is that this is a very complex situation that should be addressed internationally, and we went to the International Commission of Human Rights to ask them to keep on monitoring this process so that we have our rights guaranteed. But at national level as well, we also have a Congress, and we have institutions like the public defenders and the Congress, which voted an unnecessary law. And this Congress also needs to make demands to the institutions that need to comply with this mandate. The executive power published a decree, right, where it recognizes the nationality of 799 people, and a vice ministry has just said that they will not comply with it. So it has been archived and nothing is done on the part of the executive power that goes against this. So both the national and the international community need to pay attention to this, and it is insufficient to create mechanisms if those are not implemented, because the objective is to impact the population. And in this case, this minority, it is not being benefited by the mechanisms. Both the national and the international mechanisms are established, but it doesn't get to us. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Beneco. I think
Thank you, Beneco.
We could all see the problem that happens when we're talking about the minorities. And as Federico said, we are not really minorities, right? The non-white population. But I can see that the problems that we are facing, they are similar here in Brazil, in Colombia, and in all the issues around racial discrimination, as Neha told about. And this is specific case from República Dominicana, and I'm really glad to listen to you, Beneco, because I didn't know about the issues that you are facing. Thank you, all of you. I don't know if someone here would like to add something, if any participants would like now to make a statement. But if no, I'd like to thank all the panelists for all the strong intervention. It was really amazing to spend this time here with you and learning with you. I also would like to thank the organizers, the Tom Landos Institute, and all the interpreters for the amazing job that they are making today. And I also would like to remember you that we are going to have the regional photo is going to happen tomorrow. It will be a pleasure to have you here again. It's going to start 2 p.m. Geneva time, so I guess it's 9 a.m. here in Brazil, Buenos Aires, and tomorrow we will have also the session 3 and session 4. So I would like to thank you again for the opportunity to be here moderating this panel. And I don't know if Sean, if you'd like to say something to end this session.
Just to say thank you, Leilani, for accepting the invitation and for moderating this afternoon, and to all of our panelists for their vital contributions. So thank you, everyone, and we hope to see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Chao, Leilani. Chao.
Ciao, ciao.
Un gusto.
Un placer. Hasta luego.
Okay. Sean?
Yes, hi, Leilani.
Hi. I just want to thank you again for the invitation.
Well, thank you. Thank you for accepting it. It was an interesting session. Some really interesting points made. So
Yes, it was amazing. Thank you again. So bye-bye. Nice to see you.
thank you, and hope perhaps you can join tomorrow, and you're welcome to
Yes, I will. For sure.
be
I
involved in
will.
the discussion.
I will. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.